Hello, English learners. Welcome back to English in Minutes 2.0. I'm Emma, your host for today. If you're new here, I'd like to tell you that we regularly share English learning videos designed to help you improve your listening, speaking, vocabulary, and overall understanding of real American English. In today's episode, you're going to practice English in a very different way. There's no pressure to study complicated grammar rules, memorize long vocabulary lists, or complete difficult exercises. Your main job is simply to listen, relax, and follow along with me. We're going to train your ears to understand American English more naturally, especially the kind of fast, connected English that native speakers use in everyday life. We'll begin with clear and comfortable English, and then gradually move toward more natural, faster, and more advanced American English. Along the way, you'll hear useful everyday expressions, common sentence patterns, natural reductions, connected speech, casual phrases, and real-life examples that can help you understand native speakers more quickly and confidently. Sometimes, you may understand every individual word when you read a sentence. But when an American speaker says the same sentence naturally, it can suddenly sound completely different. Words connect together. Some sounds become weaker, other sounds disappear, and common phrases may be spoken much faster than you expect. That's exactly what we're going to practice today. You don't need to understand everything immediately, just keep listening. The more natural English you hear, the easier it becomes for your brain to recognize sounds, phrases, and sentence patterns automatically. As we continue, I'll also slow down important examples, repeat useful expressions, and help you notice what native speakers are actually saying when their English sounds fast. Whether you're still a beginner, already at an intermediate level, or trying to understand more advanced conversations, stay with me throughout this lesson. By the end of the video, you should feel more comfortable following everyday American English, recognizing connected speech, understanding common expressions, and catching sentences that might have sounded too fast before. And one important thing before we begin: don't worry about translating every sentence into your first language. Try to stay with the English. Listen to the meaning, notice the situation, and allow your brain to become familiar with the sound of natural American speech. You may be surprised by how much you can understand when you stop trying to analyze every single word. Before we start, make sure to subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon if you'd like more English learning lessons that help you improve through real listening practice. Now, get comfortable, focus on my voice, and simply listen with me. Let's get started. Start by listening to this very simple sentence. I'm going to the store. You probably understood that without any problem. Now, listen again. But this time, imagine how an American speaker might say it naturally in everyday conversation. I'm gonna go to the store. Did you notice the difference? The meaning is exactly the same, but the sound is different. Going to often becomes gonna in casual speech. Instead of carefully pronouncing every word, native speakers connect sounds together, and this is one of the biggest reasons why English can seem easy when you read it, but much more difficult when you hear it. So today, I want you to train your ears instead of trying to memorize everything. Listen to this sentence. What are you going to do today? Slowly, that is, what are you going to do today? But in a natural American conversation, you may hear, what are you gonna do today? At first, that can sound like a completely different sentence, but it isn't. The words are simply changing their sound because the speaker is talking naturally. Listen again. What are you going to do today? What are you gonna do today? One more time. What are you gonna do today? Now, imagine someone asks you this question in the morning. You could answer, I'm gonna get some work done, then I'm gonna meet a friend for lunch. Listen to that naturally. I'm gonna get some work done. Then I'm gonna meet a friend for lunch. You do not need to say gonna every time you speak. In formal situations, you may prefer going to, but when you are listening to everyday American English, recognizing gonna is extremely useful. If your ears are waiting to hear every word exactly as it appears in a textbook, fast English will continue to feel difficult. But once your brain learns common sound patterns, listening becomes much easier. Here is another common example. I want to get some coffee. When spoken clearly and slowly, you hear every word. I want to get some coffee. But in everyday speech, want to often sounds like wanna. So you may hear, I want to get some coffee. Listen again. I want to get some coffee. The speaker is not changing the meaning. The speaker is simply making the sentence flow more naturally. Imagine that it is early in the morning. You just woke up. You feel tired. And someone asks you what you want to do first. You say, I want to get some coffee. A few minutes later, your friend asks, do you want to eat something too? Notice that phrase, do you wanna? This is extremely common. Do you want to eat something becomes, do you want to eat something? Listen to these examples naturally. Do you want to come with me? Do you want to watch a movie? Do you want to grab lunch? Do you want to sit over here? Do you want to talk about it? These are ordinary sentences you could hear almost anywhere. You may hear them at home, at work, at school, at a restaurant, or while spending time with friends. Now, I want you to listen without trying to translate. Imagine the situation instead. Do you want to grab lunch? Picture two coworkers standing up after working all morning. One looks at the other and says, do you want to grab lunch? You do not need to translate the word grab literally. In this situation, grab lunch simply means go and get lunch. Usually in a casual way, listen again. Do you want to grab lunch? And a natural answer could be, yeah, sure. Where do you want to go? Notice how quickly those sounds can connect. Where do you want to go? The phrase do you often becomes much softer in American speech. Instead of hearing every sound separately, you may hear something closer to dia or ja, depending on the speaker and the sentence. For example, did you eat may sound like did ya eat. Did you see it may sound like did ya see it. Would you like some may sound like would ya like some. Could you help me may sound like could you help me? You do not have to force yourself to pronounce these sentences this way. Right now, your main goal is recognition. When someone says, did you see it? Your brain should gradually learn that the speaker is saying, did you see it? That recognition is what makes fast English easier. Let's practice with a small everyday situation. Imagine you arrive at work in the morning. A coworker looks at you and says, hey, how's it going? You answer, pretty good. How about you? Your coworker says, can't complain. Did you get my message last night? You say, yeah, I saw it this morning. Listen to that again as one natural exchange. Hey, how's it going? Pretty good. How about you? Can't complain. Did you get my message last night? Yeah, I saw it this morning. There are several useful things happening here. How's it going? Is a very common casual greeting. You do not need to give a detailed answer. Pretty good is completely natural. Can't complain usually means things are okay. It does not literally mean that the person is unable to complain. It is simply a relaxed way to say, I'm doing fine. Now, listen to another version. Hey, how've you been? I've been good. Just busy. Yeah? What have you been up to? Mostly work, nothing too exciting. If that sounded fast, listen again. How have you been can become how've you been. What have you been up to can become what have you been up to. And what have you been up to simply means what have you been doing recently. If someone you have not seen for 2 weeks says, "Hey, what have you been up to?" You do not need to describe every moment of the last 2 weeks. You might simply answer, "Not much, just working and trying to stay busy." Or, "I've been spending more time with my family." Or, "I've been working on a new project." Listen to those answers naturally. Not much, just working and trying to stay busy. I've been spending more time with my family. I've been working on a new project. Notice something important. Real conversations often contain short pieces instead of perfectly complete textbook sentences. Someone asks, "What have you been up to?" and you answer, "Not much, just working." Grammatically, just working is not a complete formal sentence, but in conversation, it sounds completely natural because the meaning is already clear. Native speakers constantly leave out information that the listener can easily understand from context. This is one reason conversational English can sound different from written English. Listen to this example. You hungry? The complete sentence is, "Are you hungry?" But in casual speech, someone may simply say, "You hungry?" or "You ready?" instead of "Are you ready?" or "You okay?" instead of "Are you okay?" Listen naturally. You ready? Yeah. Give me a second. You hungry? A little. You okay? Yeah. I'm fine. These short forms are especially common between friends, family members, co-workers, and people who are speaking casually. When you hear them, do not think something is missing. Your brain should focus on the situation and the meaning. Now, let's imagine a morning at home. You wake up later than you planned. You look at the clock and say, "Oh no, I'm running late." That phrase is very useful. "I'm running late" means you are behind schedule and may not arrive somewhere on time. You quickly get dressed. Someone in your house asks, "Aren't you going to eat breakfast?" You answer, "I don't have time. I'll grab something on the way." Listen again. "Aren't you going to eat breakfast?" "I don't have time. I'll grab something on the way." "On the way" is another phrase you will hear constantly. It means while traveling toward your destination, you could say, "I'll get coffee on the way to work. Can you pick up some milk on the way home?" "I stopped at the bank on the way here." Notice how useful these small phrases are. Native communication is not always built from difficult vocabulary. In fact, many natural conversations use very simple words combined in common patterns. If you understand these patterns quickly, your listening improves dramatically. Now, you leave home and get into your car. You receive a call from a friend. Your friend asks, "Where are you?" You say, "I'm on my way." That means you have already started traveling toward the place. Your friend says, "How long do you think you'll be?" You answer, "Probably about 20 minutes." Listen naturally. Where are you? I'm on my way. How long do you think you'll be? Probably about 20 minutes. In faster speech, how long do you think you'll be may sound much more connected. How long do you think you'll be? Again, your job is not to separate every tiny sound. Listen for meaningful chunks. How long do you think you'll be? When your brain starts recognizing chunks instead of individual words, fast speech becomes easier. Try this with me. Listen to the whole sentence. How long do you think you'll be? Now, listen for the first chunk. How long do you think you'll be? Now, the second. Do you think? And the last, you'll be. Put it together. How long do you think you'll be? Here is another useful question. How long does it take? You might use this when asking about travel time, cooking time, a task, or almost any activity. How long does it take to get downtown? About 30 minutes. How long does it take to cook? Around 20 minutes. How long does it take you to get ready in the morning? Usually about half an hour. When native speakers say, "Does it?" The words often connect, how long does it take, can sound closer to, how long does it take. You are still hearing the same words, but the boundaries between them become less clear. This happens everywhere in natural speech. What is it? Can become, what is it? Where is it? Can become, where is it? Who is it? Can become, where is it? These are not special vocabulary words. They are simply examples of connected speech. Let's practice with context. Imagine you are looking for your phone. You say, "Where is it?" "I just had it." A family member says, "Did you check the kitchen?" You answer, "Yeah, it's not there." Then they say, "What about the couch?" You look under a pillow and say, "Oh, there it is." Listen to the natural flow. "Where is it?" "I just had it." "Did you check the kitchen?" "Yeah, it's not there." "What about the couch?" "Oh, there it is." Notice the phrase, "I just had it." Here, just means very recently. You had your phone only a moment ago. You could also say, "I just saw him." "She just left." "We just got here." "I just finished." Listen to how short and fast those sentences can be. She just left. We just got here. I just finished. Your brain does not need to translate them. Connect the phrase directly to the idea. Now, imagine you finally arrive at work. Someone says, "You made it." This is a very natural phrase. In this context, it means you successfully arrived, especially after being late or having some difficulty. You laugh and say, "Barely, traffic was terrible." The word barely means only just. You almost did not make it on time. Your coworker says, "Yeah, traffic's been pretty bad lately." You answer, "Tell me about it." "Tell me about it" is interesting because sometimes it does not literally mean, "Please explain it to me." In casual American English, it can mean, "I completely agree because I've experienced the same thing." Imagine someone says, "This week has been exhausting." You say, "Tell me about it." You are saying, "Yes, I know exactly what you mean." Someone says, "Everything is so expensive now." You say, "Tell me about it." Someone says, "I didn't get enough sleep last night." You say, "Tell me about it. I was awake until 2." Context tells you what the phrase means. This is extremely important when learning to understand natural English. If you focus only on dictionary definitions, some conversations will be confusing. You also need to learn how common words and phrases behave in real situations. Now, you sit down at your desk. A coworker asks, "You got a minute?" The complete question might be, "Do you have a minute?" But, "You got a minute?" is common and natural. It means, "Are you available for a short conversation?" You say, "Sure. What's up?" What's up can be a greeting, but here it means, "What do you need?" or "What's happening?" Your coworker says, "I just wanted to ask you something about the meeting later." You answer, "Sure. Go ahead." Listen to the exchange. "You got a minute?" "Sure. What's up?" "I just wanted to ask you something about the meeting later." "Sure. Go ahead." Go ahead is another extremely useful phrase. It can mean continue, start, or you have permission. If someone asks, "Can I ask you a question?" you can say, "Sure, go ahead." If two people begin speaking at the same time, one person may stop and say, "Sorry, go ahead." That means you speak first. If someone asks, "Can I sit here?" you might say, "Yeah, go ahead." The phrase is simple, but you will hear it in many different situations. Now, your coworker says, "Do we still have the meeting at 2?" You answer, "As far as I know, yeah." That phrase, "as far as I know," means according to the information you currently have. Listen, as far as I know, yeah. You could say, as far as I know, the store closes at 9. As far as I know, she's still coming. As far as I know, nothing has changed. This is a useful phrase when you believe something is true, but you are not claiming absolute certainty. Now, imagine the meeting begins. Someone says, "All right, let's get started." Listen to how "let us" becomes "let's." This form is completely standard and common. Let's get started. Let's take a look. Let's talk about it. Let's see what happens. Let's give it a try. Give it a try means try something. For example, someone gives you a new food and says, "Give it a try." Or, you are unsure whether a new method will work, and someone says, "Let's give it a try." Notice how American English often uses small verbs like get, take, give, make, and go in many different expressions. Learning these combinations is often more valuable than memorizing rare vocabulary. Consider the word get. You can get home, get ready, get tired, get better, get something done, get a message, get a chance, or get along with someone. Listen to these sentences. What time did you get home? I need to get ready. I'm getting tired. Things will get better. I need to get this done today. Did you get my message? I didn't get a chance to call you. Do you get along with your coworkers? If you try to translate get with only one meaning, these sentences can become confusing. Instead, learn the full phrase. I didn't get a chance to call you means I did not have an opportunity to call you. Do you get along with your coworkers? Means, do you have a friendly or comfortable relationship with your coworkers? I need to get this done means I need to complete this. Listen again. I didn't get a chance to call you. I need to get this done. Do you get along with your coworkers? Now, I'm going to say a few short sentences at a natural speed. Do not worry if you miss something. Just listen for the main meaning. I didn't get a chance to eat this morning. I was going to call you, but I got busy. Did you get my text? I'll get back to you later. Let me know when you get home. Now, let's go through them again. I didn't get a chance to eat this morning. This means I did not have enough time or opportunity to eat. I was going to call you, but I got busy. This means I planned to call, but something occupied my time. Did you get my text? This means, did you receive my text message? I'll get back to you later. This usually means, I'll contact you again later with an answer or more information. Let me know when you get home. This means, tell me or message me when you arrive home. Now, listen to all 5 again without explanation. I didn't get a chance to eat this morning. I was going to call you, but I got busy. Did you get my text? I'll get back to you later. Let me know when you get home. If they already sound easier than they did a few minutes ago, that is exactly what listening practice should do. Your brain learns through repeated exposure. You hear a pattern, understand it, hear it again, and gradually stop needing to analyze it. Let's move into lunchtime. A coworker asks, "Are you hungry?" You answer, "Yeah, I'm starving." "I'm starving" is often used casually to mean, "I'm very hungry." The person usually does not mean they are literally starving. Your coworker asks, "What are you in the mood for?" This is a very common question when choosing food, entertainment, or an activity. What are you in the mood for means, what do you feel like having or doing? You could answer, I'm in the mood for pizza. I'm kind of in the mood for something spicy. I'm not really in the mood for anything heavy. Listen to the phrase, kind of. In fast American English, it often sounds like, kinda. I'm kind of tired becomes, I'm kinda tired. It's kind of weird becomes, it's kinda weird. I kind of like it becomes, I kinda like it. Again, You do not need to force this pronunciation. Just recognize it when you hear it. Your coworker says, "There's a new sandwich place around the corner. Want to check it out?" Check it out means look at, visit, examine, or try something interesting. You answer, "Yeah, why not?" Listen naturally. "There's a new sandwich place around the corner. Want to check it out?" "Yeah, why not?" Why not is often a relaxed way to accept a suggestion. Someone says, "Want to go for a walk?" You say, "Sure, why not?" Someone asks, "Do you want to try this?" You say, "Yeah, why not?" Now, you walk to the restaurant. Your coworker asks, "Have you been here before?" You say, "No, this is my first time." A worker at the counter says, "What can I get for you?" This is one of the most common questions you will hear when ordering food in the United States. What can I get for you? You could answer, "Can I get the chicken sandwich, please?" Notice that Americans often use "can I get" when ordering, "Can I get a coffee?" "Can I get a cheeseburger?" "Can I get the salad with no onions?" "Can I get a large iced tea?" The worker may then ask, "Anything else?" You might answer, "That's it." "Thanks," or "Yeah, can I also get a bottle of water?" Listen to the complete interaction. "Hi, what can I get for you?" "Can I get the chicken sandwich, please?" "Sure. Anything else?" "Yeah. Can I also get a small coffee?" "Of course. Is that everything?" "Yep, that's it. Thanks." Notice, yep. It is an informal version of yes. You may also hear yeah, yup, or simply depending on the situation. Now, the worker asks, "For here or to go?" That means, will you eat here or will you take the food with you? You say, "To go, please." Very short, very common. For here or to go? To go, please. If you travel in the United States, these small listening patterns are extremely useful because you may hear them quickly. A worker may not pronounce every word slowly. Instead of "for here" or "to go," you may hear something that sounds more like "for here to go." Once you know the phrase, your brain can recognize it even when the sounds blend together. This is one of the secrets of listening comprehension. You do not always understand fast speech by hearing every sound perfectly. Often, you understand because your brain predicts likely language based on the situation. At a coffee shop, if someone behind the counter asks you a fast question after you order, your brain can use context. Maybe they are asking about size, milk, sugar, whether you want it hot or iced, or whether your order is for here or to go. Context narrows the possibilities. Native listeners do this automatically. They do not process speech as isolated sounds. They combine sound, context, expectation, grammar, and experience. You can build this ability too. Let's practice prediction. Imagine you walk into a coffee shop and say, "Can I get a latte?" The employee asks, "What size?" Even if they say it quickly, you already expect a question related to your order. You say, "Medium, please." Then they ask, "Hot or iced?" You answer, "Iced." Then they ask, "Anything else?" You say, "No, that's all." Listen naturally. What size? Medium, please. Hot or iced? Iced. Anything else? No, that's all. Simple English becomes fast English when the speaker removes pauses and connects everything. That is why learning everyday situations is so useful. Your brain begins to expect common questions before they are fully spoken. Now, imagine you sit down to eat lunch. Your coworker takes one bite and says, "This is actually pretty good." The word "actually" is common in conversation. Here, it may suggest mild surprise. Maybe the person did not expect the food to be good. You say, yeah, not bad at all. Not bad often means fairly good. The words sound negative, but the meaning can be positive. Someone asks, how was the movie? You say, not bad. That usually means you thought it was okay or pretty good. How was the restaurant? Not bad at all. How was your day? Not bad. Pretty quiet. These softer responses are very common. Native speakers do not always say, it was excellent. It was terrible. Or, it was average. They may say, pretty good, not bad. It was okay. Could have been better. Or, I can't complain. Listen to this group of natural responses. Pretty good, not bad. It was okay. Could have been better. Can't complain. Could have been better is a reduced form of could have been better. It usually means something was not very good, but you are expressing that gently. How was the test? Could have been better. How was your flight? Could have been better. We had a long delay. How was your weekend? Could have been better. I had to work. Listen carefully to could have. In fast speech, could have often becomes could have. Should have becomes should have. Would have becomes would have. I could have called. You should have told me. I would have helped. These contractions can be difficult because the word have becomes very weak. You may hear something that sounds like coulda, shoulda, or woulda. Listen, I could have called you. You should have told me. I would have helped if I'd known. That last sentence is more advanced. I would have helped if I'd known. Slowly, I would have helped if I had known. Naturally, I would have helped if I'd known. Do not worry about the grammar right now. Listen to the meaning. Imagine your friend had a problem yesterday, but you did not know about it. Today you discover what happened. You say, I would have helped if I'd known. Meaning, if I had known about your problem, I would have helped you. Context makes advanced grammar much easier to understand. Let's hear another example. Your friend says, I missed my flight because I left home too late. You answer, you should have left earlier. This means leaving earlier would have been a better decision. Another friend says, I was going to invite you, but I thought you were busy. You say, you could have asked me, meaning, asking me was possible, and maybe you should have done it. Listen naturally. You should have left earlier. You could have asked me. I would have gone if you'd invited me. These are sentences that intermediate and advanced learners often understand easily in writing, but struggle to catch when spoken. The grammar is not necessarily the problem. The sound is the problem. That is why you are listening. Now, let's return to your day. After lunch, you go back to work. Someone asks, how's your afternoon looking? This does not mean they are asking what your afternoon physically looks like. They are asking about your schedule. You might answer, pretty busy. I've got a couple of meetings. I've got is extremely common in American conversation. It often means the same thing as I have. I've got a meeting at 3. I've got an appointment tomorrow. I've got a lot to do. I've got an idea. I've got a question. When spoken quickly, I've got may sound almost like I got, although the exact pronunciation varies. Your coworker says, same here. I've got back-to-back meetings until 5. Back-to-back means one immediately after another with little or no break. I have back-to-back meetings. She has 2 classes back-to-back. We watched 3 episodes back-to-back. Then your coworker says, I'm gonna need another coffee. You laugh and say, same. Notice how natural conversation can be extremely short. Saying same means, I feel the same way. Or, that is also true for me. I'm exhausted. Same, I need a vacation. Same, I don't feel like cooking tonight. Same. You will hear these tiny responses all the time, and understanding them instantly helps conversations feel easier. Now, listen to this short workplace conversation at a natural speed. How's your afternoon looking? Pretty busy. I've got a couple of meetings. Same here. I've got back-to-back meetings till 5. That sounds rough. Yeah, I'm gonna need another coffee. Same. Listen again and focus on the meaning rather than each individual word. How's your afternoon looking? Pretty busy. I've got a couple of meetings. Same here. I've got back-to-back meetings till 5. That sounds rough. Yeah, I'm gonna need another coffee. Same. If you understood the general situation, that is success. You do not need perfect comprehension to follow a conversation. Native speakers sometimes miss words too. They use context to fill in the gaps and keep listening. This is an important habit I want you to build. When you miss one word, do not stop mentally and ask yourself, what was that word? If you do that, the speaker continues talking while your mind is still thinking about the past. Then you miss the next sentence too. Instead, let the missing word go and keep moving. Imagine you hear, I'm gonna blank something to eat before the meeting. Even if you miss one word, you probably understand that the speaker plans to get food before the meeting. The missing word might be grab, but you do not need it to understand the sentence. Or you hear, can you blank me when you get home? Maybe the missing word is text or call. The context still gives you enough information to continue listening. Listening fluency is not about catching 100% of every sound. It is about understanding enough, quickly enough, to keep following the message. So let's practice that skill right now. I'm going to give you a short story in natural everyday English. Do not analyze every sentence. Just follow what happened. I got up a little late this morning, so I had to rush. I was gonna make breakfast, but I didn't have enough time, so I just grabbed a coffee on the way to work. Traffic was worse than usual, and I thought I was gonna be late, but luckily I made it with a few minutes to spare. As soon as I got there, one of my coworkers asked if I could help with something, so I spent most of the morning working on that. Around noon, we decided to grab lunch at a place around the corner. I'd never been there before, but it was actually pretty good. Now, I've got a couple of meetings this afternoon, and after that, I'm hoping to head home a little early. Now, think about the main ideas. The speaker woke up late. The speaker did not have time for breakfast. The speaker bought coffee while traveling to work. Traffic was bad, but the speaker arrived on time. A coworker needed help. They went out for lunch. The restaurant was good. The speaker has meetings later and hopes to leave work early. You did not need to understand every sound to understand the story. Now, listen again. This time, notice some of the phrases we have practiced. I got up a little late this morning, so I had to rush. I was gonna make breakfast, but I didn't have enough time. So I just grabbed a coffee on the way to work. Traffic was worse than usual, and I thought I was gonna be late, but luckily I made it with a few minutes to spare. As soon as I got there, one of my coworkers asked if I could help with something, so I spent most of the morning working on that. Around noon, we decided to grab lunch at a place around the corner. I'd never been there before, but it was actually pretty good. Now, I've got a couple of meetings this afternoon, and after that, I'm hoping to head home a little early. Notice I was gonna, on the way. I made it. Grab lunch. Around the corner. Actually pretty good. I've got, and, head home. Head home simply means go home. You may also hear head out, meaning leave. It's getting late. I should head home. I'm gonna head out. What time are you heading home? We should probably head back. These phrases are natural and common because English speakers frequently use head to describe moving toward a place. Now, Listen to one final group of sentences for this stretch of practice. Try to understand them immediately without translating. I'm gonna head home in a few minutes. Do you want to come with us? I didn't get a chance to call her. Did you see what happened? I'll get back to you tomorrow. I'm kinda tired. You should have told me earlier. I would have helped if I'd known. What are you in the mood for? Let me know when you get there. Now, again, slightly more naturally. I'm gonna head home in a few minutes. Do you want to come with us? I didn't get a chance to call her. Did you see what happened? I'll get back to you tomorrow. I'm kinda tired. You should have told me earlier. I would have helped if I'd known. What are you in the mood for? Let me know when you get there. You may notice that some sentences that would have sounded fast or unclear earlier are beginning to feel more familiar. That familiarity is what we are building. When a phrase becomes familiar, your brain no longer has to decode every word. You begin to hear the whole phrase as one piece of meaning. Think about the phrase, "How's it going?" You probably do not hear how, then is, then it, then going. You hear the whole phrase and understand it immediately. With enough listening, the same thing can happen with longer expressions like, I didn't get a chance to. What are you in the mood for? And let me know when you get there. That is how your listening begins to feel faster. The speaker may not actually slow down. Your brain becomes quicker at recognizing what the speaker is saying. So keep listening without putting pressure on yourself. Some sentences will feel easy. Others may pass by too quickly. That is normal. Stay with the meaning, stay with the rhythm, and allow the language to become familiar one phrase at a time. Now, let's continue with another part of everyday life where fast English appears constantly. Casual conversations after work. Imagine it is around 5:30 in the afternoon. You have finished most of your work for the day, and one of your coworkers walks by your desk and says, "You heading out?" Notice how short that question is. Instead of saying, "Are you heading out now?" the speaker simply says, "You heading out?" In casual English, people often remove words when the meaning is obvious from the situation. You answer, "Yeah, in a minute. I'm just finishing this up." The phrase, "finish this up," means complete the thing you are currently working on. You might say, "Let me finish this up, and then I'll call you." Or, "I'm almost done. I just need to finish this up." The word up does not completely change the meaning of finish, but it makes the expression sound natural and conversational. Your coworker says, "All right, have a good one." This is another extremely common American expression. Have a good one usually means have a good day, have a good evening, or simply take care. The word one refers generally to the rest of your day or the time ahead. You do not need to ask, "Have a good what?" Native speakers understand the expression automatically. Listen to the whole exchange. "You heading out?" "Yeah, in a minute. I'm just finishing this up." "All right, have a good one." "You too." That final response, "You too," is one of the easiest and most useful conversational responses in English. If someone says, "Have a great weekend," you say, "You too." If someone says, "Take care," you might say, "You too." If someone says, "Enjoy your lunch," you can say, "You too," if they are also going to eat. Now, imagine you leave work and call a friend. The phone rings, and your friend answers, "Hey, what's going on?" You say, "Not much. I just got off work." Get off work means finish working for the day. You might say, "I get off work at 6," or "What time do you get off?" In context, that usually means, "What time do you finish work?" Your friend asks, "You doing anything tonight?" Again, the complete form could be, "Are you doing anything tonight?" But the word are disappears in casual conversation. You answer, "I don't think so. Why?" Your friend says, A few of us are getting together. You should come. Listen carefully to a few of us are getting together. Get together means meet socially. It does not necessarily mean a formal event. Friends may get together for dinner, coffee, a movie, or simply to spend time together. You say, maybe. What time? Your friend answers, probably around 7:30. We haven't figured everything out yet. That phrase is very useful. Figure something out. It means find an answer, solve a problem, understand something, or make a decision. We'll figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Have you figured out where you want to eat? I can't figure out how this works. Don't worry. We'll figure something out. Listen to the pronunciation in natural speech. Figure it out. The words often connect strongly. You may hear something closer to figure it out. This can be challenging because there seems to be no clear space between the words. But once the phrase itself becomes familiar, the sound becomes much easier to recognize. Your friend says, "We haven't figured everything out yet." You answer, "Okay, just keep me posted." Keep me posted means keep me informed. Tell me when there is new information. For example, let me know what happens and keep me posted. Keep me posted on the schedule. I'll keep you posted if anything changes. This phrase is common in both casual and professional American English. Now, listen to the conversation naturally. Hey, what's going on? Not much. I just got off work. You doing anything tonight? I don't think so. Why? A few of us are getting together. You should come. Maybe, what time? Probably around 7:30. We haven't figured everything out yet. Okay, just keep me posted. Notice that no sentence in this conversation is especially difficult. The challenge comes from speed, reductions, and connected sounds. That is good news for you, because it means you may already know much more English than you realize. Your listening simply needs more experience with how familiar words sound in real speech. Now, imagine you stop at a grocery store before going home. You walk through the door and realize you forgot your shopping list. You say quietly to yourself, "Of course, I left the list at home." Then you think, "It's fine. I only need a few things." You walk through the store and try to remember what you need: milk, bread, eggs, coffee, and maybe something for dinner. A store employee sees you looking around and asks, "Finding everything okay?" This is a common customer service question. The complete meaning is, "Are you finding everything you need?" You answer, "Actually, do you know where the coffee is?" The employee says, "Yeah, aisle 6, about halfway down on your right." Listen to that answer. Aisle 6. About halfway down on your right. An aisle is the passage between shelves in a store. Halfway down means approximately in the middle of the aisle. On your right tells you which side to look at. You say, "Perfect, thanks." The employee responds, "No problem." No problem can mean, "You're welcome." But it can also mean, "That is okay," or "I can do that. Thanks for helping me." No problem. Sorry I'm a little late. No problem. Could you send that to me? No problem. Context changes the exact meaning, but the general feeling is relaxed and positive. Now, you find the coffee, and your phone rings. A family member asks, "Are you still at the store?" You say, "Yeah, need anything?" Again, the full question might be, "Do you need anything?" But native speakers often remove "do you." The person says, "Can you pick up some orange juice?" Pick up is a very common phrasal verb. In this context, it means buy or get something while you are already out. Can you pick up some milk? I need to pick up a few things. I picked up dinner on the way home. But pick up can have other meanings too. You can pick up a person in a car. I'll pick you up at 7. You can pick something up from the floor. Can you pick that up? You can even pick up a skill or information naturally. I picked up a little Spanish while I was living there. Again, do not memorize one translation for pick up. Learn it through situations. Your family member says, "Can you pick up some orange juice?" You answer, "Sure." "Anything else?" They say, "Nope, that's it." Listen naturally. "You still at the store?" "Yeah." "Need anything?" "Can you pick up some orange juice?" "Sure." "Anything else?" "Nope, that's it." Here we have another small casual word. Nope. It is an informal way to say no, depending on the tone. It can sound friendly and relaxed. Did you call him? Nope. Are you working tomorrow? Nope. I'm off. Do we need anything else? Nope. We're good. That last phrase, "we're good," is very common and has several meanings. In a store, if someone asks, "Do you need a bag?" you might say, "No, we're good," meaning you do not need anything else. If someone asks whether a problem has been solved, you might say, "Yeah, we're good now," meaning everything is okay. If someone offers more food, you might say, "I'm good, thanks," meaning you do not want more. Listen to these situations. Want another slice? I'm good, thanks. Need any help? No, I'm good. Is everything okay now? Yeah, we're good. This is one of those phrases that can confuse learners because the dictionary meaning of good is not enough. In conversation, "I'm good" often means "I'm fine," "I don't need anything," or "No thank you." Now you arrive at the checkout. The cashier says, "Did you find everything you needed?" You answer, "Yeah, I think so." Then the cashier asks, "Do you need a bag?" You say, "Just one, please." The cashier tells you the total, you pay, and hear, "You're all set." This phrase means everything is finished and ready. Your payment is complete. There is nothing else you need to do. You're all set. You can hear this phrase in many places. At a doctor's office after making an appointment, "Okay, you're all set for Tuesday at 10. At a hotel after checking in, "You're all set, your room is on the 3rd floor. At a store after paying, "You're all set, have a good night." At work after completing a process, "I updated the file, so you should be all set." The phrase is extremely common and very useful. Now, imagine you drive home. While driving, you hear a friend send you a voice message saying, "Hey, quick change of plans. We're gonna meet at Jake's place instead. Probably around 8. No rush, though. Just come whenever you're ready." There are several natural expressions here. Quick change of plans means the original arrangement has changed. Instead tells you that the new plan replaces the old one. No rush means you do not need to hurry. Whenever you're ready means come when you are prepared. Listen again. "Hey, quick change of plans. We're gonna meet at Jake's place instead. Probably around 8. No rush, though. Just come whenever you're ready." Now, listen at a slightly quicker conversational rhythm. "Hey, quick change of plans. We're gonna meet at Jake's place instead. Probably around 8. No rush, though. Just come whenever you're ready." Do not try to catch each word separately. Hear the message as a group of ideas. The location changed. The meeting time is around 8. There is no need to hurry. This kind of meaning-first listening is extremely important as you move from beginner listening toward advanced listening. At the beginner level, you may focus heavily on individual words. You hear meet, 8, ready, and slowly build the meaning. At an intermediate level, you start recognizing phrases such as change of plans and no rush. At an advanced level, you understand the speaker's intention almost instantly, including tone and implication. For example, When someone says, no rush, the literal words are simple, but the social meaning is important. The person is telling you they are not pressuring you. They want you to feel relaxed. Or imagine someone says, whenever you get a chance, can you send me that file? The phrase, whenever you get a chance, softens the request. It means the task is not necessarily urgent. Compare these two sentences. Send me the file. Whenever you get a chance, can you send me the file? The second one sounds much softer and more polite. You may hear similar softening phrases in American English. When you get a chance. If you don't mind. Would you mind? Do you happen to know? I was wondering if these phrases become especially important as your English becomes more advanced, because fluent communication is not only about grammar, it is also about tone. Imagine you are at work and ask, where's the conference room? That is perfectly fine. But you might also say, do you happen to know where the conference room is? The second sentence sounds softer. Imagine asking a coworker, can you look at this? That is acceptable. But when you get a chance, could you take a look at this? Sounds less demanding. Listen. When you get a chance, could you take a look at this? The phrase take a look means look at or examine something. Can you take a look at my computer? Take a look at this. I'll take a look later. Let me take a quick look. In faster speech, take a look at this may become highly connected. Take a look at this. The final consonant of one word flows into the next word. This connection between words is one of the most important features of natural spoken English. Listen slowly. Take a look at this. Now, naturally, take a look at this. Slowly. Can you take a look at it? Naturally, can you take a look at it? Very naturally, you may hear, can you take a look at it? Your brain needs repeated exposure to these sound changes so they stop feeling surprising. Now, imagine you arrive home, put the groceries away, and sit down for a few minutes. Someone asks, long day? You answer, yeah, kinda. Notice how much information can be communicated with only 2 words. Long day means, did you have a long or tiring day? You answer, yeah, kinda, meaning, yes, somewhat. Then the person asks, what happened? You say, nothing major, it was just one thing after another. One thing after another means many events or problems happened continuously, with very little break. My morning was one thing after another. First, my car wouldn't start, then I missed the bus, then I forgot my keys. It was one thing after another. This phrase does not necessarily describe serious problems. It simply suggests a busy or frustrating sequence of events. The person says, sounds like you could use a break. That expression means it seems like rest would be good for you. You could use a break. You could use some sleep. I could use some coffee. I could really use a vacation. In these sentences, could use does not mean have the ability to use. It means would benefit from or would really like. Listen, I could use some coffee. This often means I really want or need coffee right now. I could use some help means some help would be useful. I could use a break means I need some rest. These expressions are extremely natural in American English. You reply, yeah, I could definitely use a break. Then you remember your friend's invitation and say, actually, I might go out later. The other person asks, I thought you were tired. You say, I am, but I haven't seen everyone in a while. In a while means for some period of time. I haven't talked to her in a while. We haven't been there in a while. I haven't had pizza in a while. I haven't seen him in a long time. Notice the pattern. These phrases often describe something that has not happened recently. Now, You decide to relax before going out. You sit down and check your phone. There are several unread messages. One says, "Hey, are we still on for tonight?" "Are we still on?" is a useful phrase for checking whether a plan is still happening. Are we still on for lunch tomorrow? Are we still on for Friday? Are we still on for 7? If the plan is continuing, you can answer, "Yep, we're still on," or simply, "Yeah, absolutely." If the plan has changed, you might say, "Actually, can we reschedule?" Reschedule means arrange a different time. In casual speech, you could also say, "Can we do another day?" "Can we push it back?" "Can we move it to Friday?" Push it back usually means move something to a later time. The meeting got pushed back to 3. Can we push dinner back half an hour? Our flight was pushed back because of the weather. But be careful, depending on context. Move it up usually means make something earlier. The appointment was moved up to Monday. So if a meeting was originally at 4 and is now at 5, it was pushed back. If it was originally at 4 and is now at 3, it was moved up. These time expressions can be difficult at first. So listen to them in complete situations. My meeting was supposed to be at 2, but they pushed it back to 3. Our appointment was scheduled for Friday, but they moved it up to Thursday. We were going to leave at 8, but we ended up leaving around 9. Here is another excellent expression. End up describes the final result, especially when it is different from what you originally expected or planned. We were going to eat at home, but we ended up going out. I thought I'd stay for an hour, but I ended up staying all night. We got lost and ended up on the other side of town. She studied business, but ended up working in education. Listen naturally. We ended up going out. I ended up staying late. How'd you end up here? That last question, how did you end up here, can become, how'd you end up here, in connected speech. Now, let's use all of this in a longer situation. You planned to stay home because you were tired. But around 7:30, your friend texts you and says, "We're all here, you should come by." Come by means visit, usually for a relatively short or casual period. You think about it and reply, "All right, I'll come by for a little bit." For a little bit means for a short amount of time. You get ready and head over. When you arrive, someone opens the door and says, "Hey, you made it." You answer, "Yeah, I almost stayed home." Your friend says, "Glad you didn't." That means, "I'm glad you did not stay home." Someone else asks, "Want something to drink?" You say, "I'm good for now. Thanks." Again, "I'm good for now," means you do not need anything at the moment. Then someone asks, "How've you been? Feels like we haven't seen you in forever." Obviously, in forever is an exaggeration. It means for a very long time. You answer, "I know, things have been pretty hectic lately." Hectic means very busy and somewhat chaotic. Work has been hectic. It's been a hectic week. My mornings are always hectic. A friend responds, "Same. I feel like everyone's been busy lately." You say, "Yeah, it's hard to keep up with everything." Keep up with can mean stay informed about something, continue at the same speed, or manage all your responsibilities. I can't keep up with all these messages. It's hard to keep up with the news. Slow down. I can't keep up with you. I've been so busy that I can barely keep up. Listen to the phrase naturally, keep up with. The ending of up connects to with, and in fast speech, the whole expression may sound like one unit. Your friend says, "Tell me about it. I feel like every week goes by faster than the last one." Goes by means passes, usually referring to time. The weekend went by so fast. Summer always goes by quickly. I can't believe how fast this year is going by. This is another example of language that becomes easy when learned as a phrase instead of word by word. Now, someone says, "Anyway, enough about work. What's new with you?" Anyway is a common conversation word used to change direction or return to a previous topic. You might hear, "Anyway, what were we talking about?" "Anyway, I should probably get going." "Anyway, enough about me. How are you?" The phrase get going means leave or start moving. I should get going. We should probably get going. What time do you want to get going? It can also mean begin doing something. We have a lot to do, so let's get going. Again, context tells you the meaning. You answer your friend, "Honestly, not much is new. I've mostly been working." Then someone asks, "Still thinking about taking that trip?" You say, "Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I just haven't made up my mind yet." Make up your mind means decide. I can't make up my mind. Have you made up your mind? Make up your mind already. I haven't made up my mind yet. This expression appears constantly in everyday English. Someone asks, "What's holding you back?" Hold someone back can mean prevent someone from acting or progressing. In this context, "What's holding you back?" means, what is stopping you from making the decision or taking the trip? You answer, "Mostly the cost. I'm trying to save money." Your friend says, "That makes sense." That makes sense means the idea is logical or understandable. You will hear this response frequently. I don't want to drive because parking is expensive. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna stay home tonight. I have to get up early. That makes sense. I took the train because traffic was terrible. Makes sense. Notice that speakers often drop that and simply say, makes sense. This is a perfect example of how real speech becomes shorter without becoming unclear. Now, another friend says, "You know what? You should just go. You've been talking about this trip forever." You laugh and say, "I know. I'm overthinking it." To overthink means think about something too much, often until making a decision becomes harder. I'm probably overthinking this. Don't overthink it. You're overthinking the whole thing. Sometimes native speakers give very simple advice by saying, "Don't overthink it. Just go for it." Go for it means try. Take the opportunity, or proceed confidently. I'm thinking about applying for that job. Go for it. Should I ask her? Yeah, go for it. I've always wanted to learn guitar. Then go for it. Notice that this expression does not literally involve going anywhere. The meaning is about action and confidence. Now listen to this social conversation without stopping. How've you been? Feels like we haven't seen you in forever. I know. Things have been pretty hectic lately. Same. Everyone's been busy. Yeah. It's hard to keep up with everything. Anyway, what's new with you? Not much. I've mostly been working. Still thinking about taking that trip? Yeah. I just haven't made up my mind yet. What's holding you back? Mostly the cost. That makes sense, but I think you should go for it. Now, listen again and notice the phrases as complete chunks. How've you been? In forever. Pretty hectic lately. Keep up with everything. What's new with you? Make up my mind. What's holding you back? That makes sense. Go for it. These chunks are extremely valuable. The more of them you recognize, the less work your brain has to do. Imagine trying to understand the sentence, "I haven't made up my mind yet," by processing every word separately. I have not made up my mind yet. That is slow and confusing because made up and mind do not have the same meaning separately. But if your brain recognizes make up my mind as one unit meaning decide, the sentence becomes instant. The same is true for keep me posted, get back to you, pick something up, head home, figure it out, and hundreds of other expressions. This is how you gradually begin listening more like a native listener. Native speakers do not consciously translate their own language word by word. They recognize familiar combinations automatically. Let's train that now with a short exercise. I will give you a situation first, then a natural sentence. Try to understand what the sentence means from the situation. You are leaving a friend's house after dinner. Your friend says, "Text me when you get home." This means, send me a message after you arrive safely at home. You are deciding where to eat. Someone says, "I'm good with whatever." This means any choice is acceptable to me. You ask a coworker if a report is finished. They say, "I'm still working on it." This means it is not finished yet. You ask someone if they can help immediately. They say, "Give me a sec." This means wait a very short time. You offer someone more food. They say, "I'm good, thanks." This means no thank you. I do not want more. You tell someone about a stressful problem. They say, "That sounds rough." This means the situation sounds difficult or unpleasant. You ask if a plan has been finalized. Someone says, "Not yet." We're still figuring it out. This means the decision is still being made. You ask a friend why they did not attend an event. They say, "Something came up." This means an unexpected situation happened and prevented them from coming. That last expression is especially useful. Something came up. Native speakers often use it without explaining exactly what happened. "Sorry, I couldn't make it." Something came up. "Can we reschedule?" Something came up at work. "I was gonna call you, but something came up." Notice another useful phrase there. I couldn't make it. In this situation, make it means attend or arrive. Are you coming to dinner? Sorry, I can't make it. Did Sarah come to the meeting? No, she couldn't make it. Think you can make it by 6? Yeah, I should be able to. That last phrase, I should be able to, expresses reasonable confidence. Can you finish this today? I should be able to. Can you come around 7? Yeah, I should be able to. Do you think you can help tomorrow? I should be able to. In fast speech, this entire phrase may become heavily connected. I should be able to. The word to becomes weak, and should be flows together. Now, let's practice several increasingly natural sentences. First, listen clearly. I should be able to make it by 7. Now, more naturally, I should be able to make it by 7. Now, imagine a relaxed American speaker saying it quickly. I should be able to make it by 7. The written sentence never changed. What changes is rhythm, stress, and reduction. Important words such as able, make, and 7 receive more stress. Smaller grammatical words become weaker. This rhythm is one reason English can sound fast even when the speaker is not speaking extremely quickly. Listen to another sentence. I was going to call you when I got home. The important ideas are call and home. In natural speech, you might hear, I was gonna call you when I got home. And even more smoothly, I was gonna call you when I got home. Again, understanding comes from recognizing the overall pattern. Let's combine several expressions in a short story. I was supposed to meet a friend after work, but something came up at the office, so I had to stay late. I texted him and told him I probably wouldn't be able to make it. Luckily, he said it was no big deal, and we could just do it another day. I finally got home around 8, picked up some food on the way, and decided to take it easy for the rest of the night. Now, what happened? The speaker had plans with a friend. An unexpected work issue happened. The speaker stayed late and canceled the plan. The friend was not upset. The speaker bought food while going home and then relaxed. Listen again and notice these phrases. Was supposed to. Something came up. Had to stay late. Wouldn't be able to make it. No big deal. Do it another day. Picked up some food. Take it easy. Let's look at two of those phrases more closely. No big deal means the situation is not a serious problem. Sorry I'm late. No big deal. I accidentally used your cup. No big deal. I might be 10 minutes late. That's no big deal. And take it easy can mean relax. I'm staying home tonight and taking it easy. You've been working all day. Take it easy. But take it easy can also be used as a casual goodbye, similar to take care. I'll see you later. All right. Take it easy. The meaning depends on context, just like so much of natural English. Now, I want you to notice something deeper. At a more advanced listening level, understanding the words is only one layer. You also need to understand what the speaker really means. Imagine someone asks, "Do you want to go out tonight?" And you answer, "I mean, I could." Literally, you are saying it is possible, but your tone may show that you are not very enthusiastic. Compare that with, "Yeah, absolutely." That clearly shows excitement. Or someone asks, "Did you like the movie?" You say, "It was interesting." Depending on your tone and pause, interesting might actually mean you did not like it very much. Native listeners pay attention to hesitation, stress, and tone. Listen to these responses. How was the restaurant? It was amazing. Clearly positive. How was the restaurant? It was okay. Neutral or slightly disappointing. How was the restaurant? It was interesting. Now, there may be some uncertainty or hidden criticism. Advanced listening means hearing beyond dictionary meanings and noticing attitude. Here is another example. Someone says, "Can you help me move this weekend?" You answer, "I'd love to, but I already have plans." The phrase, "I'd love to, but," is a polite way to decline. You may not literally love the idea of helping someone move furniture. The expression softens the refusal. "I'd love to, but I have to work." "I'd love to, but I'm out of town." "I'd love to, but I have to work." "But I already promised someone else." This is important because American conversation often uses indirect language to sound polite. If someone says, "Maybe another time," they may be politely saying no for now. If someone says, "I'll think about it," they are not necessarily promising to do it. If someone says, "We should get together sometime," it may be a genuine invitation, but sometimes it is simply a friendly way to end a conversation. Context and follow-up actions tell you more. This is where listening becomes more than recognizing vocabulary. You begin understanding social meaning. Now, finish this stretch by simply listening to a longer natural conversation. Do not stop. Do not translate. Follow the situation. "I thought you were staying home tonight." "I was. But Jake texted me and said everyone was getting together." "So you changed your mind?" "Pretty much. I figured I'd stop by for a little while." "Are you tired?" "A little, but I haven't seen them in forever." "What time are you heading over?" "Probably around 8. They said there's no rush." "Are you driving?" "Yeah, I might pick up something to drink on the way." "Okay, just text me when you get there." "I will. And don't stay out too late. You've got work tomorrow." "I know. I'm only gonna stay for an hour or two." "That's what you always say." "Okay, fair point." Listen again to that last expression. Fair point. It means, what you just said is reasonable or true. It is often used when you admit that another person has a valid argument. You said you'd only buy one thing, but you came home with 5 bags. Fair point. You complain about being tired, but you stay up until midnight every night. Okay, fair point. This kind of small response gives conversations personality and makes your English sound much more natural. Now, listen once more to a group of expressions from everything you just heard. You heading out? Have a good one. I just got off work. Keep me posted. Can you pick up some orange juice? You're all set. No rush. Whenever you're ready. Something came up. I couldn't make it. No big deal. I haven't made up my mind. What's holding you back? Go for it. I figured I'd stop by. Fair point. Do not memorize this list like a test. Let your ears become familiar with the sound. When these phrases appear later in another conversation, you want your brain to react with recognition instead of confusion. And remember, if a sentence moves too quickly, do not panic and do not mentally rewind every missed sound. Catch what you can. Use the situation and keep listening. Your understanding becomes stronger when you learn to move forward with the speaker instead of getting stuck on one word. The goal is not perfect listening. The goal is comfortable listening. Over time, comfortable listening becomes fast listening, and fast listening becomes natural understanding. Now, let's move into another kind of English that many learners find difficult. Conversations where people do not speak in perfectly complete sentences. In real American English, people interrupt themselves, change direction, add small reaction words, and sometimes leave parts of a sentence unfinished because the other person already understands the meaning. This can make speech feel much faster, even when the vocabulary itself is simple. Imagine you are talking to a friend about your weekend. Your friend asks, "So, what'd you end up doing Saturday?" Slowly, the question is, what did you end up doing Saturday? But naturally, what did you can sound much more connected. What'd you? Listen again. What'd you end up doing Saturday? You answer, honestly, not much. I was gonna go out, but I ended up staying home. Your friend says, really? I thought you had plans. You reply, I did, but I was exhausted. Listen naturally. What'd you end up doing Saturday? Honestly, not much. I was gonna go out, but I ended up staying home. Really? I thought you had plans. I did, but I was exhausted. Notice the answer, I did. The speaker does not repeat the full sentence, I did have plans. The short answer is enough, because the meaning is already clear. This happens constantly in conversation. You like it? I do. You finished the report? I did. You know her? I do. Did he call? He did. Native speakers often avoid repeating information unnecessarily. This makes conversations quicker and more natural. Now, imagine your friend says, you could have just told me you were tired. You answer, I know, I should have. Again, I should have is short for I should have told you. The rest is understood from context. Listen, you should have called. Yeah, I should have. You could have asked for help. I know, I could have. Why didn't you leave earlier? I probably should have. These short responses become much easier to understand once you stop expecting every idea to be expressed in a full sentence. Now, your friend says, so what did you do instead? You answer, I ordered some food, watched a couple of episodes of a show, and crashed pretty early. The word crash is common in casual American English. In this context, crash means fall asleep, usually because you are very tired. I got home and crashed. I was so tired I crashed on the couch. I think I'm gonna crash early tonight. This does not mean something physically crashed. Context changes the meaning completely. Your friend says, honestly, that sounds pretty nice. You answer, it was. I needed it. I needed it is another short but meaningful response. Maybe you needed the rest, the quiet evening, or the time alone. You do not have to repeat the noun because the listener already knows what you mean. Now, listen to the whole conversation again. What'd you end up doing Saturday? Not much. I was gonna go out, but I ended up staying home. Really? I thought you had plans. I did, but I was exhausted. So what'd you do instead? I ordered some food, watched a couple episodes, and crashed pretty early. Honestly, that sounds pretty nice. It was. I needed it. If you understood that comfortably, notice that most of the language was simple. The challenge was not difficult grammar. The challenge was connected speech and shortened responses. Now, let's practice another common feature of American English. The word like. You probably learned like as a verb. I like coffee. She likes music. But in conversation, like can do much more. Someone might say, I was, like, really tired. Here, like is not describing something the speaker enjoys. It is functioning as a conversational filler or softener. You may hear, it was, like, 10 o'clock. There were, like, 20 people there. I was, like, what is going on? In these examples, like can make a statement sound more casual or approximate. It was like 10 o'clock. Often means around 10 o'clock. There were like 20 people means approximately 20 people. But be careful. Using like too often can make speech sound hesitant or overly casual. You do not need to copy every filler word you hear. The important thing is understanding it when native speakers use it. Another very common filler is, you know. I mean, it's difficult. You know? I was tired. You know? So I decided to stay home. It's one of those things, you know? You know does not always mean the speaker is asking whether you possess information. Often, it helps connect ideas, invites agreement, or gives the speaker a moment to think. Listen, it's just been a really busy week, you know? The speaker is almost saying, you understand what I mean. Now, listen to the word, I mean. This is extremely common. I mean. I could go. I mean. It's not a bad idea. I mean. What else could we do? I mean. I understand why she was upset. Sometimes, I mean, introduces clarification. Sometimes it softens an opinion. Sometimes it simply gives the speaker time to organize the next thought. Imagine someone asks, do you like your job? You answer, I mean, yeah, for the most part. That sounds different from a strong, enthusiastic, absolutely. It suggests a more complicated answer. For the most part means generally, mostly, or in most situations. I enjoy my job for the most part. The trip went well for the most part. I agree with him for the most part. Notice how conversational English often expresses partial opinions instead of extreme ones. I kind of agree. I mostly agree. I see what you mean, but I'm not completely sure. That's probably true. These expressions are useful because real conversations are often about degrees, not only yes or no. Now, imagine two friends are deciding whether to go to a new restaurant. One says, I heard that place is really good. The other says, yeah, but I also heard it's kinda expensive. The first person says, I mean, we don't have to go there. The second says, no, I'm down. I just don't want to spend too much. Here is an informal phrase you may hear, I'm down. In this context, I'm down means I'm interested. I agree. Or I'm willing to do it. Want to get pizza? I'm down. We're going hiking Saturday. You want to come? Yeah, I'm down. This is casual language, so you would not necessarily use it in every formal situation, but you will hear it often in friendly conversations. A similar expression is, I'm up for it. Do you want to go out later? Sure, I'm up for it. I'm up for trying something new. I'm not really up for going out tonight. Notice the negative version. I'm not really up for it. That means you do not feel interested or energetic enough for something. Now, listen to this conversation. Want to try that new place tonight? Maybe. Isn't it kind of expensive? A little, but the food's supposed to be really good. All right, I'm down. Really? Yeah, why not? The phrase, is supposed to be, can be difficult in fast speech. It often means that according to what people say, or according to expectation, something is true. The food is supposed to be really good. That movie is supposed to be funny. The weather is supposed to get better tomorrow. He's supposed to call me later. But supposed to can also express obligation or expectation. I'm supposed to be at work at 9. You're supposed to turn it off before you leave. We were supposed to meet yesterday. Listen to the reduction. Supposed to often sounds closer to supposed to. I'm supposed to call her. We're supposed to meet at 6. What am I supposed to do? That last question is extremely common. What am I supposed to do? It can be a genuine request for instructions, or it can express frustration. Imagine your computer stops working 10 minutes before an important meeting. You say, "Great. What am I supposed to do now?" Your tone shows frustration. Or you arrive at a new job and ask, "What am I supposed to do with these files?" That is a genuine question. Again, tone and context matter. Now, imagine you are meeting a friend at a restaurant. You arrive first and get a text saying, "Running about 10 minutes late. Sorry." You answer, "No worries. Take your time." No worries is similar to no problem. It means the situation is okay. Sorry about that. No worries. Thanks for waiting. No worries. I might be a few minutes late. No worries. Take your time. Take your time means do not hurry. This phrase can also mean spend as much time as you need. If someone is reading a menu and says, "Sorry, I can't decide," the server might say, "No problem. Take your time." If someone is answering a difficult question, you can say, "Take your time." Now, your friend arrives and says, "Sorry about that. Traffic was insane." You say, "You're fine. I just got here a few minutes ago." "You're fine" is another phrase that often means, "It's okay, don't worry about it." It does not necessarily describe the person's physical condition. Someone bumps into you and says, "I'm so sorry." You say, "You're fine." Someone apologizes for asking a question. "You're fine, go ahead." Someone is worried they are late. "You're fine, we haven't started yet." Again, small expressions carry a lot of social meaning. Now, you both sit down. Your friend picks up the menu and asks, "Have you been here before?" You say, "Once, but it's been a while." The server comes over and says, "Hey, how are you guys doing tonight?" You answer, "Good, how are you?" Notice, you guys. In American English, you guys is commonly used to address a group of people, often regardless of gender in casual conversation. The server says, "Doing great. Can I start you off with something to drink?" Start you off with means begin your meal or experience with something. Can I start you off with some water? Can I start you off with an appetizer? You say, "Yeah, I'll just have water for now." "I'll have" is another very common way to order food and drinks. "I'll have the burger." "I'll have a coffee." "I'll have the chicken, please." Compare that with, "Can I get?" Both are natural. "Can I get?" "A coffee." "I'll have a coffee." "I'd like a coffee." All three work, although the tone can differ slightly. Your friend says, "I'll have an iced tea." The server says, "Perfect. I'll give you guys a few minutes with the menu." Give you a few minutes simply means allow you some time before returning. After the server leaves, Your friend says, "Everything looks good. I have no idea what to get." You say, "Same. I'm between the pasta and the burger." I'm between means you are deciding between two options. I'm between these two shirts. I'm between staying home and going out. I'm between the chicken and the salmon. Your friend says, "I might just get the burger." Here, might makes the decision sound uncertain. I might get the burger. I might go later. I might stay home. I might just wait until tomorrow. Notice how native speakers often use just to soften or simplify a decision. I'll just have water. I might just stay home. Let's just go. I'll just do it tomorrow. Just has many meanings in English. So again, learn it through complete phrases and situations. Now, the server returns and asks, "You guys ready to order? Or do you need another minute?" Your friend says, "I think we're ready." The server looks at you and says, "What can I get you?" You answer, "I'm gonna go with the pasta." Go with is very useful when choosing something. I'll go with the chicken. I think I'm gonna go with the blue one. Let's go with option 2. What did you decide? I went with the cheaper one. This is a perfect example of a simple verb having a meaning beyond physical movement. The server asks, "Would you like soup or salad with that?" You answer, "Salad, please." Then the server asks, "What kind of dressing?" You hesitate and say, what do you recommend?" The server says, "The house dressing is really popular." You say, "Okay, I'll go with that." Notice how "go with" appears again naturally. Now, imagine the restaurant is noisy. This is where listening becomes more realistic. Native speech often happens with background noise, interruptions, music, traffic, or several people talking nearby. In those situations, even native speakers sometimes do not hear everything. Your friend says something, but you miss it. What can you say? "Sorry, what was that?" "Sorry, I didn't catch that." "Could you say that again?" "What'd you say?" "Come again?" "Sorry." All of these can be used to ask for repetition, although their tone and level of formality differ. "Sorry, I didn't catch that" is especially useful because it sounds natural and polite. Imagine your friend says, "I said I'm thinking about moving." You reply, "Oh, where to?" Notice that you do not say, "Where are you thinking about moving to?" You simply say, "Where to?" Context fills in everything else. Your friend says, "I'm not sure yet. Maybe somewhere closer to work." You ask, "What brought this on?" This phrase may be more advanced. "What brought this on?" means, "Why are you suddenly thinking about this?" Or, "What caused this idea or situation?" Your friend says, "Honestly, my commute is getting old." Here is another very natural expression, getting old. Literally, it can mean becoming older, but in this context, "my commute is getting old" means the speaker is becoming tired or annoyed by it. This joke is getting old. Waking up this early every day is getting old. I love the job, but the commute is getting old. You answer, "Yeah, I can see that." "I can see that" often means, "I understand why you feel that way." Compare, "I can see that being frustrating." This does not mean physically seeing something. It means you can understand how that situation could be frustrating. Your friend says, "It takes me almost an hour each way." Each way means 1 hour going to work and 1 hour returning. You respond, "That's rough." Your friend says, "Exactly. I'm spending 2 hours a day in the car." Then you say, "Yeah, I'd probably move too." Here, "I'd" means "I would." You are imagining yourself in the same situation. "I'd probably do the same thing." "I'd be annoyed too." "I'd take the train if I could." "I'd probably wait." These conditional responses are extremely common because people often react to other people's experiences by imagining what they would do. Now, let's listen to the whole exchange naturally. I'm thinking about moving. Oh, really? Where to? I'm not sure yet. Maybe somewhere closer to work. What brought this on? My commute is getting old. Yeah, I can see that. It takes me almost an hour each way. That's rough. Exactly. I'm spending 2 hours a day in the car. Yeah, I'd probably move too. Notice how the conversation flows through reactions. Native speakers do not simply exchange factual sentences. They show interest with expressions like, oh, really? That's rough. I can see that. Exactly. Makes sense. These reaction phrases help conversations feel connected. If someone tells you, I got a new job, and you only say, okay, the conversation may feel flat. But if you say, oh, nice, when do you start? You show interest. If someone says, I've been sick all week, you could say, oh no, are you feeling any better? If someone says, I finally finished that project, you can say, nice, that must feel good. These reactions are important for listening too. If you recognize them quickly, you can better understand the emotional direction of a conversation. Now, your food arrives. The server says, careful, the plate's really hot. You say, got it. Thanks. Got it can mean I understand. I received it. Or, I will handle it. Turn left at the next light. Got it. I sent you the address. Got it. Thanks. Please make sure you lock the door. Got it. The phrase is short, but very common. Your friend tries the food and says, this is way better than I expected. Notice, way better. In casual American English, way can intensify comparisons. This is way better. That's way too expensive. She lives way farther away now. We got there way too early. It was way more difficult than I thought. The word way here means much or significantly. Your friend asks, how's yours? You say, really good. You want to try some? They say, sure. You push the plate slightly closer and say, go for it. Again, go for it means yes, do it. Your friend takes a bite and says, oh wow, that's really good. You laugh and say, I told you. I told you is often used when something confirms what you said earlier. You said the movie would be good. I told you. You said this restaurant was worth it. I told you. Depending on tone, it can sound playful, proud, or slightly annoying. Now, your friend says, okay, you were right. You were right is a simple but important phrase for acknowledging that someone's earlier opinion or prediction was correct. The opposite is, I was wrong. I thought it would rain, but I was wrong. You were right about the restaurant. I guess I was wrong. Notice I guess. This phrase often makes a statement less strong. I guess we should leave. I guess you were right. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess so. The short response, I guess so, means something like probably yes, often with some uncertainty or lack of enthusiasm. Do you think he'll come? I guess so. Are we leaving now? I guess so. Was it worth it? I guess so. Tone can completely change the feeling. Now, let's practice a more advanced listening skill. Understanding what a speaker implies without saying directly. Imagine your friend says, do you want to get dessert? You look at your nearly empty plate and say, I probably shouldn't. What does that mean? You are not saying a direct no. You are saying that getting dessert may not be the best idea, perhaps because you are full or trying to eat less. Your friend responds, that's not a no. This means your answer did not completely reject the idea. You laugh and say, okay, maybe we can split something. Split something means share it between two or more people. Want to split a dessert? We can split the bill. Let's split a pizza. Now, imagine the server comes over and says, can I get you guys anything else? You say, actually, could we see the dessert menu? The word actually signals a change. Maybe you had planned not to order anything else, but now you changed your mind. Your friend laughs and says, I knew it. I knew it. Means the result was what the speaker expected. See? I knew you'd like it. I knew he was going to be late. I knew it. These reaction phrases are small, but they carry emotion and personality. Now, imagine the bill arrives. Your friend reaches for it and says, I've got it. I've got it here means, I will pay. You say, no, let's split it. Your friend says, seriously, it's on me. It's on me means, I will pay for it. Dinner's on me, coffee's on me. Don't worry about it. It's on me. You answer, you sure? Again, the word are disappears. The full question is, are you sure? Your friend says, yeah, absolutely. You say, all right. But I'm getting the next one. I'm getting the next one means you will pay the next time. Your friend says, deal. Deal means agreement accepted. Okay. You cook and I'll clean. Deal. I'll help you today if you help me tomorrow. Deal. This is another short response that native listeners understand instantly. Now, listen to the entire payment exchange. Let's split it. No, I've got it. Seriously? Yeah, it's on me. You sure? Absolutely. All right, but I'm getting the next one. Deal. Simple, fast, natural. Now, you leave the restaurant and your friend asks, what are you doing tomorrow? You say, not sure yet. I've got a few things I need to take care of. Take care of means deal with, handle, or complete something. I need to take care of a few errands. Can you take care of this while I'm gone? I'll take care of it. Don't worry. It's taken care of. That final phrase, it's taken care of, means the problem or task has already been handled. Your friend asks, like what? You say, nothing exciting. Laundry, groceries, cleaning, stuff like that. Stuff like that means similar things. We talked about work, travel, family, stuff like that. I need paper towels. Soap, toothpaste, stuff like that. We usually watch movies, play games, stuff like that. You will hear stuff constantly in informal English because speakers often do not need to name every item individually. Another similar phrase is, and everything. We talked about work and everything. She helped me move and everything. We got food, drinks, and everything. Again, casual conversation often prefers flexible, general expressions. Now, imagine your friend says, sounds like a fun day. You can tell from the tone that they are joking, because laundry and cleaning do not sound very exciting. You answer, oh yeah, I can't wait. Your words are positive, but your tone is sarcastic. You actually mean the opposite. Sarcasm is one of the hardest listening skills because the literal words and intended meaning can be different. Imagine it is pouring rain, and someone says, beautiful weather. Huh? They probably do not truly think the weather is beautiful. Imagine your computer freezes again, and you say, perfect, exactly what I needed. You actually mean that the situation is annoying. Or someone tells you there will be a 2-hour delay, and you say, great. Depending on your tone, great may mean, this is terrible. You do not need to use sarcasm yourself, but recognizing it can help you understand movies, podcasts, coworkers, and everyday conversation. How do you recognize it? Usually through tone, context, exaggeration, and the mismatch between the situation and the words. If someone spills coffee on their shirt and says, "Well, that's just fantastic," you probably know they are not happy. Now, let's move into another daily life situation. Making plans over the phone. Your sister calls and says, "Hey, are you free Sunday?" You say, "I think so. What's up?" She says, "Mom wants everyone to come over for lunch." You reply, "Yeah, I should be able to make it." She says, "Probably around 1." You ask, "Do you need me to bring anything?" She says, "Maybe dessert?" "I'll check with her." You answer, "Sure, just let me know." Notice again how many familiar phrases appear. "What's up?" should be able to make it, "bring anything," "let me know." This is why learning phrases through repeated contexts works so well. The same language keeps returning in slightly different situations. Now, your sister adds, "Oh, and don't forget Dad's birthday is next week." You say, "I know. I haven't figured out what to get him." She says, "Same. He's impossible to shop for." Impossible to shop for means it is difficult to choose a gift for him. You say, "Every time I ask what he wants, he says he doesn't need anything." Your sister says, "That sounds like Dad." That sounds like Dad means the behavior is typical of him. That sounds like something he would say. That sounds like her. That sounds about right. The phrase, "that sounds about right," means the information seems correct, reasonable, or typical. How long does the drive take? About 40 minutes. Yeah, that sounds about right. How much did dinner cost? Maybe $60. That sounds about right. Now, your sister says, "We'll figure something out." You answer, "Yeah, we always do." Again, a short response can refer to a whole idea. "We always do" means, we always figure something out. Now, listen to this conversation at a natural pace. "Hey, are you free Sunday?" "I think so. What's up?" "Mom wants everyone to come over for lunch." "Yeah, I should be able to make it. Probably around 1. "Do you need me to bring anything?" "Maybe dessert." "I'll check with her." "Sure, just let me know." "Oh, and don't forget Dad's birthday is next week." "I know. I haven't figured out what to get him." "Same. He's impossible to shop for." "We'll figure something out." "Yeah, we always do." Now, focus on speed. If a native speaker says, "I should be able to make it," you may not hear every syllable distinctly, but the entire phrase carries one message. "I probably can come." If you hear, "just let me know," you do not need to analyze, just let me know. Recognize the phrase, "Tell me when you have the information." This chunk-based listening is one of the most effective ways to move toward advanced comprehension. Now, let's do a longer listening exercise. I'm going to tell you about an ordinary weekend day. The first time, simply follow the story. "I had planned to sleep in Saturday morning, but I woke up around 7 and couldn't fall back asleep. I figured I might as well get up, so I made some coffee and started cleaning the apartment. I wasn't really in the mood to clean, but once I got started, I ended up doing more than I expected. I did the laundry, cleaned the kitchen, and finally went through a pile of papers I'd been putting off for weeks. Around 11, a friend texted me and asked if I wanted to grab lunch. I almost said no because I still had a few things to take care of, but I decided I could finish them later. We met at a little place downtown, had lunch, and walked around for a while. After that, I stopped at the grocery store on the way home. I only needed a few things, but somehow I walked out with 2 full bags. By the time I got home, I was pretty tired, so I decided to take it easy for the rest of the afternoon. Now, think only about the main story. The speaker woke up earlier than planned, The speaker cleaned the apartment, met a friend for lunch, went grocery shopping, and then relaxed. Now, let's hear it again, but this time notice some natural expressions. I had planned to sleep in Saturday morning, but I woke up around 7 and couldn't fall back asleep. Sleep in means sleep later than usual. I sleep in on weekends. I wanted to sleep in, but the neighbors woke me up. Can we meet later? I want to sleep in tomorrow. Fall back asleep means return to sleep after waking up. I woke up at 3 and couldn't fall back asleep. The story continues. I figured I might as well get up. Might as well is a very useful phrase. It means that since there is no strong reason not to do something, you decide to do it. The bus isn't coming for another hour. We might as well walk. I'm already here, so I might as well stay. There's nothing else to do. We might as well start. In the story, the speaker could not sleep, so staying in bed was not useful. I might as well get up. Next. Once I got started, I ended up doing more than I expected. Get started means begin. Let's get started. I need to get started on dinner. Once I get started, I'm usually fine. Then, I finally went through a pile of papers I'd been putting off for weeks. Go through can mean examine or review. I need to go through my emails. Let's go through the list. She went through all the documents. And put something off means delay doing it. I've been putting it off. Don't put it off until tomorrow. I kept putting off that phone call. So, I'd been putting it off for weeks, means the speaker repeatedly delayed doing it. Next, I still had a few things to take care of. Again, take care of means handle or complete. Then, we walked around for a while. For a while means for some time. We talked for a while. I lived there for a while. Sit down and relax for a while. Finally, I decided to take it easy. Relax. Notice how many useful expressions can appear in one ordinary story. None of them require advanced academic vocabulary. This is exactly why everyday English deserves so much attention. Native conversation depends heavily on common verbs and common phrases. Now, I want you to listen to a few fast phrases and connect them immediately to their meaning. Might as well, meaning, there is no strong reason not to do it. Put it off, meaning, delay it. Take care of it, meaning, handle it. Go through it, meaning, review or examine it. Sleep in, meaning, sleep later than usual. Fall back asleep, meaning, return to sleep. Walk around, meaning, move around an area casually. Take it easy, meaning, relax. Now, hear them in sentences. We might as well leave now. I've been putting it off all week. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I need to go through these emails. I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow. I couldn't fall back asleep. We walked around downtown for a while. I'm just gonna take it easy tonight. Listen one more time without explanations. We might as well leave now. I've been putting it off all week. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I need to go through these emails. I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow. I couldn't fall back asleep. We walked around downtown for a while. I'm just gonna take it easy tonight. Now, let's make the listening slightly more challenging. I'll give you sentences that contain several reductions and common phrases together. I was gonna stop by, but something came up. You should have let me know. I would have come if I'd known. We might as well get going. I didn't get around to calling him. That last expression is new. Get around to doing something. It means finally find time to do something that you intended to do. I didn't get around to cleaning the garage. I'll get around to it eventually. Did you call the bank? No, I never got around to it. This phrase often describes something you delayed, not necessarily intentionally. Listen naturally. I never got around to it. That can sound very fast because several small words connect. Another sentence. I've been meaning to call you. I've been meaning to means you have intended to do something for some time, but have not done it yet. I've been meaning to ask you something. I've been meaning to clean out the closet. I've been meaning to check out that restaurant. If an old friend calls, you might say, I've been meaning to call you. The implication is that you wanted to call but did not get around to it. Notice how those two expressions can naturally appear together. I've been meaning to call him, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Listen again. I've been meaning to call him, but I just haven't gotten around to it. That is a very natural intermediate to advanced sentence. But if you know the chunks, it becomes manageable. I've been meaning to means I've intended to. Get around to it means find time to finally do it. Now, imagine this conversation. Did you ever fix that shelf? No, not yet. I thought you were going to do it last weekend. I was, but I never got around to it. You've been saying that for a month. I know. I'll do it this weekend. You said that last weekend. Okay, I get it. I get it can mean I understand, but depending on tone, it can also mean you have made your point. And you can stop repeating it. Okay, I get it. You don't have to explain it again. I get it. Now, I get it. The last example sounds positive because the speaker finally understands something. Tone matters again. Now, let's practice another feature of natural American English: vague language. Native speakers often do not give exact numbers or exact details unless necessary. Instead of, I arrived at 7:07, someone might say, I got there around 7. Instead of, I waited for 14 minutes, they might say, I waited for like 15 minutes. Instead of, there were 37 people, they might say, there were probably 40 people. Instead of, I bought bread, milk, eggs, cereal, bananas, soap, and toothpaste, they might say, I picked up some groceries and a few other things. Words like around, about, probably, a few, a couple, some, pretty much, and or so are extremely common. Listen to or so. I'll be there in 10 minutes or so. There were 20 people or so. I stayed for an hour or so. It means approximately. Now, a couple often literally means two, but in casual speech, it can sometimes mean a small number. I'll be there in a couple minutes. I need a couple of things. I've seen that movie a couple of times. And a few means a small number, usually more than one. I've got a few questions. Give me a few minutes. I'm going to pick up a few things. This vague language makes speech flexible and natural. Now, listen to this sentence. I'll probably head out in 10 minutes or so. This is very natural because it contains uncertainty and approximation. The speaker does not know the exact second they will leave. I'll probably head out in 10 minutes or so. Now, faster. I'll probably head out in 10 minutes or so. You may hear probably reduced in casual speech, sometimes sounding closer to probably. Again, recognition is more important than imitation. Another common reduction is because, becoming cause, in casual speech. I stayed home 'cause I was tired. I'm late 'cause traffic was bad. I didn't call 'cause I thought you were busy. You may also hear because pronounced very quickly without the first syllable standing out. This is normal conversational speech, but in formal writing, you should still write because. Now, imagine someone asks why you left a party early. You answer, I was tired, plus I had to get up early. Plus is often used conversationally to add another reason. I didn't want to go. Plus, it was raining. The apartment is too expensive. Plus, it's far from work. I like this one better. Plus, it's cheaper. Simple word, very useful. Another common connector is though. I liked the movie. It was a little long, though. The food was good, kinda expensive, though. I'm tired. I might go out anyway, though. Though often appears at the end of a sentence in casual English to introduce contrast. Listen, it was good, kinda expensive. Though, this can sound much more natural than a formal sentence such as, however, it was somewhat expensive. Native conversational English frequently uses simple connectors instead of formal ones, but so, though, plus, actually, anyway, I mean, still. These little words help speech flow. Now, let's listen to a natural conversation that uses several of them. How was the concert? Pretty good, actually. The band sounded great. Was it crowded? Yeah, really crowded. We could barely move. That bad? Pretty much. It was fun, though. What time did you get home? Like 1:30. That late? Yeah. Plus, we stopped to get something to eat afterward. Are you tired? A little, but it was worth it. Worth it means the experience or result justified the time, money, effort, or difficulty. The tickets were expensive, but the show was worth it. The hike was difficult, but the view was worth it. I had to wait an hour, but it was worth it. The negative is not worth it. It's too expensive. It's not worth it. I could drive across town to save $5, but it's not worth it. Again, common expression, common daily meaning. Now, imagine your friend asks, "Would you go again?" You say, "For sure." For sure means definitely or certainly. Are you coming tomorrow? For sure. That was the best part, for sure. I'll let you know for sure tomorrow. Sometimes for sure expresses agreement. That place gets crowded. Oh, for sure. Another casual agreement is totally. I know what you mean. Totally. That movie was way too long. Totally. Again, these are casual and not necessary in formal communication, but important for listening. Now, let's shift from social situations to phone conversations. Because phone English can be especially difficult. You cannot always see the speaker's face, so your ears have to work harder. Imagine your phone rings from an unknown number. You answer, "Hello." The person says, "Hi. Is this Emma?" You say, "Speaking." Speaking means, "Yes, this is Emma." The caller says, "Hi. This is Rachel from Greenview Dental. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for Monday at 10:30. You say, "Yes, that's right." The caller asks, "Does that time still work for you?" "That time works for me," means the time is convenient. You answer, "Yeah, that works." Notice how work here does not mean employment. It means be suitable or convenient. Does Tuesday work for you? Friday works better. That time doesn't really work for me. Would 3 o'clock work? This is extremely common for scheduling. The caller then says, "Great. We'll see you Monday at 10:30. You say, "Sounds good. Thank you." Sounds good means the plan is acceptable. Let's meet at 6. Sounds good. I'll send it this afternoon. Sounds good. We can talk about it tomorrow. Sounds good. Another similar response is, "Works for me." Lunch at 1? Works for me. Let's move the meeting to Thursday. Works for me. Again, natural speech relies on ready-made responses. Now, imagine the appointment time does not work. The caller asks, "Does Monday at 10:30 still work for you?" You say, "Actually, something came up. Is there any chance I could move it to later in the day?" Is there any chance is a polite way to ask whether something is possible. Is there any chance we could meet tomorrow instead? Is there any chance you could send that today? Is there any chance I could get a later appointment? The receptionist says, "Let me take a look." Again, take a look means check. Then they say, "We have a 2:45 available." You answer, "That would be perfect." That would be perfect is stronger than that works, but both are natural. The receptionist says, "Okay, I'll switch you over to 2:45. Switch you over means change you from the original time to the new one. You say, "I really appreciate it." I appreciate it is a very useful way to say thank you, especially when someone has helped you. Thanks for staying late. I appreciate it. I appreciate your help. I really appreciate you doing that. In very casual speech, you may hear, "Appreciate it." Here's the file you needed. Appreciate it. Again, the subject I disappears because it is obvious. Now, listen to the appointment conversation naturally. "Hi, is this Emma?" Speaking. "This is Rachel from Greenview Dental. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for Monday at 10:30. Actually, something came up. Is there any chance I could move it to later in the day?" "Sure, let me take a look. We have a 2:45 available." "That would be perfect." "Okay, I'll switch you over. I really appreciate it." "No problem. We'll see you Monday." If that conversation feels manageable, notice how much of it is built from reusable phrases. Something came up. Is there any chance? Let me take a look. That would be perfect. I appreciate it. These phrases work in many different situations. Now, I want you to practice one of the most important listening habits again, listening forward. I will say a sentence with one unfamiliar expression. Do not stop. Use the rest of the sentence to understand the general meaning. I was wiped out after work, so I went straight home and went to bed early. Maybe you have never heard wiped out, but what happened? The speaker went straight home and slept early. So you can guess that wiped out probably means extremely tired. Correct. I'm wiped out is an informal way to say, I'm exhausted. I've been working all day. I'm wiped out. That workout wiped me out. After the flight, I was completely wiped out. Now, another one. I'm a little tied up right now. Can I call you back in 20 minutes? Maybe tied up sounds strange, but the speaker cannot talk right now and asks to call later, so tied up probably means busy or occupied. I'm tied up right now. She's tied up in a meeting. I'll call you when I'm less tied up. Now, another, I was gonna cook, but I'm beat, so I think I'll just order something. Even if you do not know I'm beat, the person is too tired to cook. I'm beat means I'm very tired. I'm beat. I'm exhausted. I'm wiped out. All three can express tiredness. Although beat and wiped out are more casual, this context guessing skill is powerful because you will never know every expression in English. Advanced listeners are comfortable understanding the message, even when one detail is unfamiliar. Now, let's hear a short evening story at natural speed. By the time I got home, I was completely wiped out. I'd been running around all day, and I still had a bunch of things I was supposed to do around the house. I thought about cooking dinner, but I just wasn't up for it, so I ordered something instead. While I was waiting for the food, I started going through some emails, but after about 5 minutes, I realized I wasn't really paying attention. At that point, I figured the emails could wait until tomorrow. I ate dinner, took a shower, and spent the rest of the night taking it easy. I was gonna watch a movie, but I ended up falling asleep on the couch halfway through it. Now, identify the overall meaning. The speaker was extremely tired after a busy day. They decided not to cook, ordered food, tried to check emails, gave up because they were too tired, relaxed, and fell asleep during a movie. Now, Listen again and notice the chunks. By the time I got home, I was completely wiped out. I'd been running around all day. I had a bunch of things. I wasn't up for it. I ordered something instead. I wasn't really paying attention. At that point, I figured the emails could wait. I ended up falling asleep. Let's look at a few of those. Run around can mean be very busy moving from one place or task to another. I've been running around all morning. I spent the day running around doing errands. A bunch of means a lot of or several, and it is casual. I've got a bunch of emails. There were a bunch of people there. I bought a bunch of snacks. Pay attention means focus. Pay attention to what he's saying. I wasn't paying attention. It's hard to pay attention when I'm tired. At that point means at that moment or stage in the situation. At that point, I decided to leave. We had already waited an hour. At that point, we just went home. And it can wait means it is not urgent. The laundry can wait until tomorrow. This email can wait. Cleaning can wait. I need a break. These expressions make ordinary storytelling sound natural and fluent. Now, let's finish this stretch with a listening sequence that gradually becomes denser. Listen first to the short sentence, I'm tired. Now, I'm pretty tired. Now, I'm kinda tired. Now, I'm pretty wiped out. Now, I've been running around all day, so I'm pretty wiped out. Now, I've been running around all day, so I'm pretty wiped out, and I'm honestly not up for doing much tonight. Now, I've been running around all day, so I'm pretty wiped out, and I'm honestly not up for doing much tonight. I think I'm just gonna order something, take it easy, and call it a night. Here is one final expression. Call it a night. It means decide that your activities for the evening are finished and go home or go to bed. I'm tired. I think I'm gonna call it a night. We've been working for hours. Let's call it a night. It's getting late. I should probably call it a night. There is also call it a day, which means stop working or doing an activity for the day. We've done enough. Let's call it a day. I'm gonna finish this one thing and call it a day. Listen to the contrast. Call it a day. Stop working or finish the day's activity. Call it a night. Finish your evening and usually go home or sleep. Now, listen one more time. I've been running around all day, so I'm pretty wiped out. I'm honestly not up for doing much tonight. I think I'm just gonna order something, take it easy, and call it a night. If you can follow the main idea of that sentence without translating each individual word, you are practicing exactly the skill you need. You are listening for patterns, meaning, tone, and context rather than treating spoken English like a written vocabulary test. Keep allowing some words to pass without stopping. Keep noticing repeated chunks. Keep listening to how small words become weaker and important words carry the rhythm. When you hear, "What'd you end up doing?" or "I didn't get around to it," or "I'm not really up for it," do not be intimidated by the speed. These are simply familiar ideas compressed into natural speech. The more often you hear them in meaningful situations, the less compressed they will seem. Eventually, what once sounded like one long blur begins to separate naturally in your mind. Not because the speaker changed, but because your listening changed. Now, let's make the listening more natural by focusing on something that happens constantly in real conversations. People changing what they say while they are speaking. In a textbook, a sentence usually looks clean and complete. In real life, a speaker may start with one idea, pause, correct themselves, add extra information, or use a short filler while deciding what to say next. You do not need to be confused by this. These little changes are part of normal spoken English. Imagine someone asks, "What are you doing this weekend?" You answer, "I think I'm gonna, actually, I'm not sure yet. I was thinking about going out of town, but I might just stay here. Notice that the speaker changes direction after saying, I think I'm gonna. That is normal. The speaker does not always know the final sentence before beginning it. Listen again. I think I'm gonna. Actually, I'm not sure yet. I was thinking about going out of town, but I might just stay here. Your job is not to judge whether the sentence is perfectly organized. Just follow the final meaning. The person has not decided what to do this weekend. You may hear words like, actually, well, I mean, you know, let me think, and I guess, while people organize their thoughts. These words can give you extra time as a listener too. For example, well, I was gonna go, but I changed my mind. I mean, I like the idea, but I'm not sure it'll work. Let me think. Maybe Thursday would be better. I guess we could try it. The word well is especially common at the beginning of answers. It can signal hesitation, disagreement, explanation, or a more complicated response. Did you like the movie? Well, it wasn't bad. That answer probably means the speaker did not love it. Can you come tomorrow? Well, I have a meeting in the morning. The speaker has not said no directly, but there may be a problem. Are you ready? Well, almost. The answer is not completely yes. Understanding these small signals can help you predict what comes next. Now, imagine you are speaking with a friend who recently started a new job. You ask, so, how's the new job going? Your friend answers, it's going pretty well. I mean, there's a lot to learn. But everyone's been really helpful. Listen to the phrase, there's a lot to learn. Simple words, natural meaning. You respond, that's good. Are you getting used to it? Get used to something means become comfortable or familiar with something that was new or different. I'm getting used to the schedule. It took me a while to get used to the weather. You'll get used to it. I'm still not used to waking up this early. Notice the difference between get used to and be used to. I'm getting used to my new job means the process is happening now. I'm used to my new job means it already feels normal. Listen. I'm still getting used to it. I'm pretty used to it now. Your friend says, yeah, slowly. The hardest part is getting up so early. You ask, what time do you have to be there? They say, 7. You react, 7. That's early. They laugh and say, tell me about it. I've never been a morning person. A morning person is someone who naturally feels comfortable and energetic early in the day. I'm not a morning person. She's definitely a morning person. I'm more of a night person. The phrase more of a is useful when describing preferences or personality. I'm more of a tea person. I'm more of a stay-at-home person. I'm more of a morning person than a night person. Your friend continues. The first week was rough, but I'm starting to get the hang of it. Get the hang of something means begin to understand how to do something. I'm starting to get the hang of this. It took me a few days, but I got the hang of it. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. This is extremely useful for learning new skills. Imagine someone is teaching you how to use a new program. At first, everything feels confusing. After a while, you say, okay, I think I'm getting the hang of it. That does not mean you are an expert. It means the process is starting to make sense. Your friend says, I'm starting to get the hang of it. You answer, that's good. Give it another couple of weeks, and it'll probably feel normal. Give it another couple of weeks means allow more time. You could say, give it a few days. Give it some time. Give it another chance. Give it some time is a common way to tell someone that improvement or clarity may come later. I don't know if I like living here. Give it some time. This new schedule feels weird. You'll get used to it. Give it some time. Now, listen to the full conversation. So, how's the new job going? Pretty well. There's a lot to learn, but everyone's been really helpful. Are you getting used to it? Slowly. The hardest part is getting up so early. What time do you have to be there? 7. 7? That's early. Tell me about it. I've never been a morning person. You'll get used to it. Yeah. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Good. Give it another couple of weeks. Notice how natural conversations use repetition. One person says, getting used to it. And later, another says, you'll get used to it. This repetition helps communication. You can use it to help your listening too. When you hear an important phrase once, stay alert for it to appear again. Now, let's look at one of the most common problems learners have with fast American English. Small words becoming extremely weak. Words like to, for, of, and, can, and, have, often do not receive strong stress. Listen to the sentence. I need to go to the store. If you pronounce every word strongly, it sounds like, I need to go to the store. But natural speech has a rhythm. The important words are stronger. Need, go, store. The word to becomes weak. I need to go to the store. You do not need to copy the exact sound perfectly. You need to become comfortable hearing it. I have to go. In natural speech, have to often sounds like hafta. I have to go. I have to leave early. I have to leave early. Do you have to work tomorrow? Do you have to work tomorrow? Again, this is a listening lesson, not a spelling lesson. In writing, you still write have to. Now, listen to has to. She has to leave. He has to work late. In natural speech, you may hear something closer to hasta. She has to leave. He has to work late. These reductions are a major reason learners sometimes think native speakers are using words they have never studied. Often, they are familiar words in unfamiliar sound shapes. Now, listen to got to. In casual speech, I've got to go may become I gotta go. I gotta go. You gotta see this. We gotta get going. Again, gotta is common in casual speech. It generally means have got to or have to. I gotta go means I have to go. You gotta try this means you really should try this. We gotta leave now means we have to leave now. Listen to these three phrases together. Gonna, wanna. Gotta. I'm gonna call her. Do you wanna come? I gotta go. These are some of the most recognizable reductions in casual American English. Now, imagine you are talking to someone who is getting ready to leave the house. You ask, where are you going? They say, I gotta run a couple errands. Run errands means go out to complete small practical tasks, such as going to the bank, post office, grocery store, pharmacy, or dry cleaner. I need to run some errands. I spent the morning running errands. I've got a few errands to run. You ask, what do you have to do? They say, I gotta stop by the bank, pick up a prescription, and grab a few groceries. Stop by means visit briefly. I'll stop by after work. Can you stop by the store? She stopped by for a few minutes. Notice the difference between stop by and stop. Stop by often means make a short visit. Now, listen naturally. I gotta stop by the bank, pick up a prescription, and grab a few groceries. You probably recognize all the individual words. The challenge is keeping up with the speed and multiple actions. When you hear a sentence like this, listen for the main verbs. Stop by. Pick up, grab. They tell you what the person plans to do. Your friend says, shouldn't take too long. The full sentence is, it shouldn't take too long. But again, the subject disappears because the context is clear. Shouldn't take long. might take a while, should be fine, looks good, sounds good. These shortened sentences are very common. You ask, want me to come with you? The full form is, do you want me to come with you? But in casual conversation, do you disappears. Want me to help? Want me to drive? Want me to call them? The person answers, nah, I'm good. Nah is a casual form of no. It can sound relaxed and friendly, depending on tone. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'll do it later. Nah, not really. Again, recognize it, but you do not have to use every casual expression yourself. The person then says, I'll probably be back in an hour or so. You answer, okay, see you in a bit. In a bit means after a short period of time. I'll call you in a bit. I'll be back in a bit. See you in a bit. You may also hear, in a little bit. I'll do it in a little bit. These are flexible time expressions. They do not give an exact number of minutes. Now, imagine you are the person running errands. You drive to the bank first. When you arrive, there is a long line. You quietly say, you've got to be kidding me. This expression shows surprise or frustration. You've got to be kidding me means something like, I can't believe this. You might hear the reduced version, you gotta be kidding me. Imagine your flight is delayed again. You've gotta be kidding me. You spill coffee immediately after changing your shirt. You gotta be kidding me. Your computer freezes just before you save your work. You've gotta be kidding me. This is casual and emotional, so tone matters. You wait in line for 10 minutes. Finally, an employee says, I can help whoever's next. Whoever's next means the next person waiting. You walk forward and say, Hi, I just need to deposit this check. The employee says, Sure, can I see your ID? You hand it over. They complete the process and say, All right, you're good to go. You're good to go means everything is ready or complete and you can proceed. This is similar to, you're all set. Your paperwork is finished, you're good to go. The car's fixed, you're good to go. Everything looks fine, you're good to go. Now, you leave the bank and head to the pharmacy. You walk up to the counter and say, Hi, I'm here to pick up a prescription. The employee asks for your name and then says, Give me just a second. Give me a second means wait briefly. Native speakers often say sec instead of second. Give me a sec. Hang on a sec. Wait a sec. Hang on is another very common phrase. It can mean wait. Hang on. I'll be right back. Hang on a second. Can you hang on? On the phone. Can you hang on? Means can you wait on the line? The pharmacy employee comes back and says, Looks like it'll be about 5 more minutes. The phrase looks like means the situation appears to be a certain way. Looks like it's gonna rain. Looks like we're early. Looks like they're closed. It looks like I'll have to come back tomorrow. Sometimes people say only looks like without it. Looks like we're gonna be late. Looks like he already left. Again, everyday speech likes shorter forms when the meaning is obvious. You answer, No problem, I'll wait. While waiting, you receive a text message. It says, How's it going? You almost done? You almost done means, Are you almost finished? You reply, Almost. Pharmacy's taking forever. Taking forever is an exaggeration meaning taking a very long time. This download is taking forever. Dinner is taking forever. Why is this line taking forever? It does not literally mean forever. Your friend texts back, No rush. You already know that phrase. No need to hurry. This is exactly how vocabulary becomes automatic. You hear a phrase in one situation, then another, then another. Eventually, you no longer need an explanation. Now, let's talk about another important listening skill, recognizing contractions that can almost disappear. Consider I would have. In natural speech, this becomes I would've. Then it may sound closer to I woulda, I would have called, I would have gone, I would have helped. The same happens with could've and should've. Now, add another contraction. I would have gone if I'd known. There are two contractions here. Would have becomes would've. And I had becomes I'd. Slowly, I would have gone if I had known. Naturally, I would have gone if I'd known. Listen again. I would have gone if I'd known. Your ears need time to become comfortable with this compressed sound. Here is another one. You should have told me you weren't coming. Slowly. You should have told me you were not coming. Naturally. You should have told me you weren't coming. Another. I could have picked you up if you'd called me. Slowly. I could have picked you up if you had called me. Naturally. I could have picked you up if you'd called me. Do not focus on grammar terminology. Focus on the scenario. Your friend needed a ride but did not call. You say, I could have picked you up if you'd called me. That sentence has a very clear meaning when attached to a situation. Now, imagine you are talking about yesterday. Your friend says, I thought you were coming to dinner. You answer, I was going to, but I got stuck at work. Get stuck means become unable to leave or move forward. I got stuck in traffic. I got stuck at work. We got stuck at the airport. The elevator got stuck. Different situations, same general idea. You could not continue as planned. Your friend asks, how late were you there? You say, almost 9. They say, wow, what happened? You answer, we had a problem with a client, and it took forever to sort out. Sort out means resolve or organize something. We need to sort this out. I'll sort it out tomorrow. Did you sort out the problem? We're trying to sort out the schedule. In this context, sort out the problem means solve the problem. Your friend says, that sounds stressful. You say, it was. By the time I left, I didn't feel like doing anything. By the time is a useful structure for describing what was true when another event finally happened. By the time I got home, everyone was asleep. By the time we arrived, the movie had already started. By the time I finished, it was almost midnight. Listen to the rhythm. By the time I got home. This phrase often acts as one chunk. Your friend asks, did you at least get something to eat? At least means even if other things went badly, perhaps this one thing happened. You say, yeah, I picked something up on the way home. Your friend says, well, that's something. That something can mean at least there was one positive result, even if it was small. Now, listen to the whole exchange. I thought you were coming to dinner. I was going to, but I got stuck at work. How late were you there? Almost 9. What happened? We had a problem with a client, and it took forever to sort out. That sounds stressful. It was, by the time I left, I didn't feel like doing anything. Did you at least get something to eat? Yeah, I picked something up on the way home. Well, that's something. You may notice that conversational English often contains phrasal verbs like get stuck, sort out, pick up, and feel like. These small combinations are everywhere. Feel like is especially important. I feel like pizza. I feel like going out. I don't feel like cooking. Do you feel like watching something? In these examples, feel like means want or be in the mood for. But feel like can also mean have an impression. I feel like something's wrong. I feel like we've met before. I feel like he's avoiding me. Again, context tells you whether the speaker means desire or impression. Listen to these two. I feel like going for a walk. This means I want to go for a walk. I feel like it's going to rain. This means I have the impression it will rain. Small difference, Very useful. Now, let's make the listening more challenging with a common daily life conversation between two people who are trying to make a quick decision. Are you hungry? Yeah, a little. What do you feel like? I don't know. What do you feel like? I could go for pizza. I had pizza yesterday. Okay, what about Thai? Yeah, I'd be down for that. Want me to order? Sure, just get whatever you usually get. You sure? Yeah, I'm not picky. Not picky means you are comfortable with many options and do not have strong preferences. I'm not picky about food. Pick whatever you want. I'm not picky. She's really picky about coffee. Picky means difficult to please because you have specific preferences. Your friend says, I'm not picky. That makes the decision easier. Now, listen to another useful expression from that conversation. I could go for pizza. This means, pizza sounds good to me right now. I could go for a coffee. I could go for something sweet. I could really go for a burger. This is a natural way to express desire. Compare, I want coffee. Perfectly correct. I could go for a coffee. More conversational and situational. Now, imagine the food arrives. You open the bag and say, they forgot the drinks. Your friend says, seriously? You answer, yeah, hold on. I'll call them. You call the restaurant and say, hi, I just got a delivery order, and I think the drinks were left out. Left out means omitted or not included. You left my name out of the email. They left out one item. I think something was left out of the order. The restaurant employee says, I'm sorry about that. Let me pull up your order. Pull up can mean display information on a computer or screen. Let me pull up your account. I'll pull up the email. Can you pull up the schedule? The employee asks for your phone number, checks the order, and says, yeah, I see what happened. We can send those out to you. You say, that'd be great. That'd means that would. That'd be great. That'd help a lot. That'd probably work. This contraction is very common in speech. The employee says, it should be about 15 minutes. You respond, okay, sounds good. Thanks for taking care of it. There is that phrase again. Take care of it. Now, think about how much English you already understand without studying a grammar rule. You are hearing phrases in context, recognizing their function, and allowing repeated exposure to build familiarity. This is much closer to how we understand our first language. We do not usually stop during a conversation and identify a grammatical structure. We hear a familiar pattern and immediately connect it to meaning. That is the type of automatic processing we want to strengthen. Now, let's practice with used to, because it can sound very different in natural speech. I used to live there. This means I lived there in the past, but I do not live there now. I used to work nights. I used to drink a lot of coffee. We used to go there all the time. In natural speech, used to often sounds like yosta. I used to live there. We used to hang out a lot. She used to work with me. You may barely hear a strong D sound. Now, compare I'm used to it. This means something feels normal to me. I'm used to the noise. I'm used to working late. I'm used to it. And I'm getting used to it means it is becoming normal. Listen to all three ideas. I used to work nights. Past habit. I'm used to working nights. It feels normal to me. I'm getting used to working nights. It is becoming normal. These phrases can look similar, but context makes them easier. Imagine someone says, doesn't it bother you that your apartment is near the train? You answer, it did at first, but I'm used to it now. The person asks, was it hard to sleep? You say, for the first few weeks, yeah, but you get used to it. The same expression appears twice. Now, imagine someone asks, did you always live in the city? You answer, no, I used to live in a small town. different meaning, past situation. Listen naturally. I used to live in a small town, but I'm used to city life now. That single sentence contains both forms. Now, let's practice listening through a story with more natural transitions. When I first moved to the city, I had a hard time adjusting. I used to live in a quiet neighborhood where there wasn't much traffic, so the noise here really bothered me at first. My apartment is on a busy street, and I could hear cars, buses, and people outside almost all night. For the first couple of weeks, I barely slept. I even thought about moving again. But little by little, I got used to it. Now, I hardly notice the traffic. In fact, when I visit my parents, their neighborhood almost feels too quiet. Let's understand the story. The speaker moved from a quiet place to a noisy city. At first, it was difficult to sleep. Over time, the noise became normal. Now, quiet places almost feel unusual. Notice these phrases: had a hard time, at first, at for the first couple of weeks, little by little, got used to it, hardly notice. Have a hard time doing something means find something difficult. I have a hard time waking up early. She had a hard time understanding him. I'm having a hard time focusing today. Little by little means gradually. Little by little, it got easier. I'm improving little by little. Things are changing little by little. And hardly means almost not. I hardly know him. I could hardly hear you. I hardly ever watch TV. Be careful. Hardly is not the same as hard. I work hard means I put in a lot of effort. I hardly work means I almost do not work. Very different meanings. Listen, I work hard. I hardly work. Stress and context matter. Now, imagine you are on a phone call and the connection is bad. You say, "Sorry, I can hardly hear you." The other person says, "Is this any better?" You answer, "A little. You're breaking up." Your breaking up means the phone or internet audio is cutting in and out. Sorry, you're breaking up. The connection keeps breaking up. I lost you for a second. I lost you on a call can mean the connection disappeared temporarily. The person says, "Hold on, let me move somewhere else." Again, hold on means wait. A moment later, they say, "How about now?" You respond, "Yeah, much better." How about now is another short, flexible question meaning, is it better now? Or, what do you think now? You may hear how about in many situations. How about Friday? How about this one? How about we leave early? How about you? These uses are related to suggestions or asking for an alternative. Now, listen to the whole bad connection exchange. "Hello? Can you hear me?" "Barely. You're breaking up." "Hold on. Let me move somewhere else." "Okay. How about now?" "Yeah. Much better." "Sorry about that." No worries. If you have phone conversations in English, these phrases are extremely practical. Now, let's talk about another common listening challenge: pronouns becoming very weak. Words like him, her, them, and it may almost disappear inside a sentence. Tell him I called. Naturally. Tell him may sound closer to tell him. Give her a minute. Give her a minute. Ask them what happened. Ask them what happened. Let me know. Let me know. These are not spelling forms you need to write. They represent the way sounds connect. Listen carefully. Tell him I'll call him later. Give her a second. Ask them if they're coming. Let me know what they say. In fast speech, small unstressed words become less noticeable, while the important content words stand out. If you train yourself to listen only for perfectly pronounced small words, you may miss the sentence. Instead, listen for the rhythm and the key information. Here is an example. Tell him I'll call him when I get home. The important ideas are tell, call, home. Your brain can use those stressed words plus grammar and context to reconstruct the full message. This is what native listeners do all the time. Now, imagine you are helping a friend organize a small gathering. Your friend says, "Can you text everyone and let them know we're starting at 7 instead of 6?" You reply, "Yeah, no problem." Your friend adds, "And ask them to bring something if they can." You say, "Got it." Then they say, "Actually, wait. Tell them not to worry about food. I think we've got enough." There is that self-correction again. Actually, wait. The plan changes while the speaker is talking. You answer, "Okay. So just tell them 7 o'clock?" "Yep. That's it? That's it." Short, clear, natural. Now, listen again at a faster pace. Can you text everyone and let them know we're starting at 7 instead of 6? "Yeah, no problem. And ask them to bring something if they can." "Got it." "Actually, wait. Tell them not to worry about food. I think we've got enough." "Okay, so just tell them 7 o'clock?" "Yep. That's it? That's it." Notice how the listener confirms the final instruction. So just tell them 7 o'clock? This is a useful conversational strategy. If a speaker gives you several pieces of information and then changes something, repeat the final important point to make sure you understood correctly. At work, you might say, "So you need this by Friday, right?" At a hotel, "So checkout is at 11. At a restaurant, "So that comes with fries." On the phone, "So you'll call me back tomorrow?" These confirmation questions are very natural. Now, let's practice a more advanced feature. Phrases where the literal words do not fully explain the meaning. Imagine someone says, "I'm trying to cut back on coffee." Cut back on means reduce the amount you consume or do. I'm trying to cut back on sugar. I need to cut back on spending. We're cutting back on unnecessary expenses. I've been trying to cut back on screen time. Now, your friend asks, "How's that going?" You answer, "Not great. I made it until noon today." Made it until noon means you successfully continued until noon without doing the thing. I made it through the day without coffee. I don't know how I'm going to make it through this week. Make it through means successfully reach the end of a difficult period or experience. I finally made it through the book. We made it through the storm. I'm just trying to make it through Monday. In casual humorous speech, someone might say, "I just need enough coffee to make it through the morning." Your friend says, "Maybe don't quit all at once." All at once means completely and immediately, or everything at the same time. It happened all at once. Don't try to do everything all at once. Everyone started talking all at once. In the coffee example, don't quit all at once means reduce gradually rather than stopping completely in one moment. You say, "Yeah, I'm going to try cutting down little by little." Cut down is similar to cut back. I'm trying to cut down on coffee. I need to cut down on fast food. These expressions are useful for habits and spending. Now, let's listen to a natural conversation about habits. I'm trying to get back into working out. Oh yeah? What happened? I got really busy a couple months ago and just fell out of the habit. I know how that goes. I keep saying I'm gonna start again, but I always find an excuse. Maybe start small. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. There are several useful expressions here. Get back into something means start doing something again after stopping. I'm trying to get back into reading. I need to get back into a routine. I want to get back into exercising. Fall out of the habit means stop regularly doing something that used to be a habit. I fell out of the habit of reading before bed. I got busy and fell out of the habit. I know how that goes means I understand, because I have experienced something similar. I've been putting off exercise. Yeah, I know how that goes. It is an empathetic response. And find an excuse means create a reason not to do something. I always find an excuse not to go. Stop making excuses. I had a good excuse this time. Now, listen to the conversation again. I'm trying to get back into working out. Oh yeah? What happened? I got really busy a couple months ago and fell out of the habit. I know how that goes. I keep saying I'm gonna start again, but I always find an excuse. Maybe start small. Yeah, that's probably what I need to do. The phrase, what I need to do, may sound compressed in natural speech. That's probably what I need to do. The words what I and to become very light. Again, do not chase every syllable. Hear the phrase as a single thought. Now, I want to give you another longer listening passage. This time, the speaker will use more intermediate and advanced expressions, but the topic is still ordinary daily life. Listen first without analysis. I've been trying to get my mornings under control lately. For a while, I was waking up at the last possible minute, checking my phone before I even got out of bed, and then rushing around trying to get ready. By the time I left the house, I already felt stressed, so a couple weeks ago, I decided to switch things up. Now, I set my alarm a little earlier, leave my phone across the room, and try not to look at it until I've had breakfast. I'm not going to pretend I follow the routine perfectly every day, but for the most part, it's made a big difference. I don't feel nearly as rushed, and I actually have time to sit down with my coffee instead of drinking it in the car. It's a small change, but I feel like my whole morning goes more smoothly when I start the day that way. Now, think about the main meaning. The speaker had stressful mornings and changed their routine. The new routine is not perfect, but it has improved their mornings. Let's notice some useful phrases. Get something under control means manage a situation successfully. I need to get my schedule under control. We finally got the problem under control. I'm trying to get my spending under control. Switch things up means change the usual way of doing something. I'm getting bored with my routine. I need to switch things up. Let's switch things up and try somewhere new. We switch things up this week. The last possible minute means very late, just before there is no more time. I always leave things until the last possible minute. He booked the ticket at the last possible minute. This connects to another expression. At the last minute. She canceled at the last minute. I changed my mind at the last minute. We found a hotel at the last minute. Now, for the most part means mostly. For the most part, it's working. For the most part, everyone agreed. And made a big difference means caused a noticeable improvement or change. Getting more sleep made a big difference. That small change made a big difference. Now, listen to this sentence. I don't feel nearly as rushed. Nearly as is a useful comparison. It means not close to the same degree. It's not nearly as expensive. I'm not nearly as tired today. The second test wasn't nearly as difficult. This is more advanced but still common. Now, the final phrase. My morning goes more smoothly. This means the morning happens with fewer problems and less stress. The meeting went smoothly. Everything went pretty smoothly. I hope the trip goes smoothly. Again, go can describe how an event develops. How did the interview go? It went well. How did the meeting go? Pretty smoothly. How's the project going? Not bad. These uses of go appear constantly. Now, listen to the passage again, but this time let the phrases come to you naturally. I've been trying to get my mornings under control lately. For a while, I was waking up at the last possible minute, checking my phone before I even got out of bed. and then rushing around trying to get ready. By the time I left the house, I already felt stressed. So a couple weeks ago, I decided to switch things up. Now, I set my alarm a little earlier, leave my phone across the room, and try not to look at it until I've had breakfast. I'm not going to pretend I follow the routine perfectly every day. But for the most part, it's made a big difference. I don't feel nearly as rushed, and I actually have time to sit down with my coffee instead of drinking it in the car. It's a small change, but I feel like my whole morning goes more smoothly when I start the day that way. If you missed one expression, keep going. This is important. Real speech does not pause while you search your memory. Listening confidence grows when you trust yourself to understand enough. Now, let's make one sentence more and more natural. First, I did not have time to eat breakfast because I woke up late. Now, with contractions, I didn't have time to eat breakfast because I woke up late. Now, more conversational. I didn't have time to eat breakfast because I woke up late. Now, more natural. I didn't have time to eat breakfast because I woke up late. So I just grabbed something on the way. Now add another thought. I didn't have time to eat breakfast because I woke up late. So I just grabbed something on the way and ate it when I got to work. This is how real speech grows. Speakers add one idea after another, using simple connectors like so, and, but, and, because. Now, another example. I wanted to call you. I wanted to call you, but I got busy. I was gonna call you, but I got busy. I was gonna call you, but I got busy and completely forgot. I was gonna call you, but I got busy and completely forgot. And by the time I remembered, it was already pretty late. Notice how by the time organizes the final event. Now, imagine receiving that explanation from a friend. You might say, "No worries, I figured you were busy." I figured means I assumed or I thought based on the situation. I figured you were sleeping. I figured you'd already eaten. I figured something came up. I figured I'd call instead of texting. That last use is slightly different. I figured I'd means I decided or thought it would be a good idea to. I figured I'd stop by. I figured I'd ask. I figured I'd give it a try. This is a very natural storytelling phrase. Now, listen to this mini story. I was gonna stay home, but then I figured I'd go out for a little while. I ended up running into an old friend I hadn't seen in years. Run into someone means meet someone unexpectedly. I ran into my neighbor at the store. Guess who I ran into yesterday? We ran into each other downtown. Do not confuse this with literally running into something physically. Context tells you whether it means an unexpected meeting. The speaker says, I ended up running into an old friend I hadn't seen in years. Then maybe they add, we stood there talking for like half an hour. Again, like makes the time approximate. Then, it was nice catching up. Catch up means talk with someone you have not spoken to recently and share updates about your lives. We should catch up sometime. It was great catching up with you. I had lunch with Sarah and we caught up. This expression is extremely common socially. Imagine you receive a message. Hey, it's been forever. We should catch up. You could answer, absolutely. Are you free this weekend? Now, let's listen to a natural reunion conversation. Wow. I haven't seen you in forever. I know. How've you been? Good. Busy, but good. You? Same. Pretty much. Are you still working at the same place? Yeah, for now. For now? Yeah. I've been thinking about making a change. Oh, really? What are you thinking? I'm not totally sure yet. I'm just kind of seeing what's out there. See what's out there means explore available possibilities. I'm looking for a new apartment, just seeing what's out there. I'm not ready to buy anything yet. I'm just seeing what's out there. I might look for another job and see what's out there. The phrase sounds casual and non-committal. The speaker is exploring without making a final decision. The other person says, "Makes sense. No harm in looking." No harm in means there is little or no disadvantage in doing something. There's no harm in asking. No harm in trying. No harm in looking around. This is useful when encouraging someone to explore an option. Now, listen to the entire exchange again. "Wow, I haven't seen you in forever." "I know. How've you been?" "Good. Busy, but good." "You?" "Same. Pretty much." "Are you still working at the same place?" "Yeah. For now." "For now?" "I've been thinking about making a change." "Oh, really? What are you thinking?" "I'm not totally sure yet. I'm just kind of seeing what's out there." Makes sense. No harm in looking. This conversation contains very little difficult vocabulary, but there is a lot of implied meaning. For now suggests the situation may change. Seeing what's out there suggests exploration without commitment. No harm in looking offers gentle encouragement. This is the kind of understanding that takes you toward advanced listening. Now, let's practice reactions that show you are following someone's story. Native speakers constantly use small responses while another person talks. "Really?" "No way." "Right." "Yeah." "Uh-huh." "Exactly." "I see." "Gotcha." "That makes sense." "Wow." "Seriously?" These little reactions can tell you whether the listener is surprised, agreeing, understanding, or encouraging the speaker to continue. Gotcha is an informal version of got you, but in conversation, it often means I understand. "I'll meet you by the front entrance, not the side entrance." Gotcha. The meeting moved to 3. Gotcha, thanks. You may also hear got it. Both are common. Now, imagine someone is explaining directions. Go straight for about 2 miles, then take a right at the light. You say, "Okay, there'll be a gas station on the corner." Gotcha. Right after that, you'll see the entrance on your left. All right. If you hit the bridge, you've gone too far. Okay, got it. If you hit the bridge, you've gone too far is a useful direction pattern. If you hit here means if you reach. If you hit Main Street, turn around. If you hit the highway, you went too far. Again, hit does not mean physically strike something. Now, think about why context is so powerful. If someone is giving directions, hit the bridge almost certainly means reach the bridge, not crash into it. Your brain uses the topic to select the correct meaning. This is what you should do when you hear an unfamiliar use of a familiar word. Do not immediately assume you do not know the word. Ask yourself what meaning would make sense in the situation. Now, let's listen to another longer daily life passage, this time about a small problem. I was heading home yesterday when my check engine light came on. At first, I thought maybe it was nothing, because the car seemed to be running fine. But after a few minutes, I started getting a little nervous, so I pulled into a gas station and turned the car off. I called my brother because he knows a lot more about cars than I do. He told me not to panic and asked if the car was making any strange noises. It wasn't, so he said I could probably drive it home, but that I should get it checked out as soon as possible. I made it home without any problems. And this morning I called a repair shop. They said they could take a look at it tomorrow. Hopefully, it turns out to be something minor. What happened? A warning light appeared in the car. The speaker became concerned, called someone for advice, drove home safely, and arranged for a repair shop to inspect the car. Now, notice the phrases, "come on," can mean activate or begin operating. In the story, The check engine light came on. The lights came on. The air conditioner came on. My phone screen came on. Running fine means operating without obvious problems. The car seems to be running fine. My computer is running fine now. Pull into means drive into a place. I pulled into a gas station. She pulled into the driveway. Pull over is related, but different. It means move your vehicle to the side of the road and stop. I had to pull over. The police officer told him to pull over. Get something checked out means have someone examine it. You should get that noise checked out. I need to get my car checked out. I'm gonna get it checked out tomorrow. Again, check out has several meanings. It can mean visit, examine, investigate, or leave a hotel, depending on context. That new cafe looks good. We should check it out. Let me check it out. I need to check out of the hotel by 11. One phrase, multiple uses. Clear context. Now, the story ends with, hopefully, it turns out to be something minor. Turn out means eventually be discovered or develop in a certain way. It turned out to be nothing serious. The movie turned out to be really good. It turns out we went to the same school. How did everything turn out? This is an important expression for storytelling. Imagine someone worries about a medical test and later says, it turned out to be nothing serious. The final result was positive. Or you almost cancel a trip because of the weather, but you go anyway. Later you say, it turned out to be a beautiful day. Now, listen to the original passage one more time, focusing on those chunks. I was heading home yesterday when my check engine light came on. At first, I thought maybe it was nothing, because the car seemed to be running fine. But after a few minutes, I started getting a little nervous. So I pulled into a gas station and turned the car off. I called my brother because he knows a lot more about cars than I do. He told me not to panic and asked if the car was making any strange noises. It wasn't, so he said I could probably drive it home, but that I should get it checked out as soon as possible. I made it home without any problems, and this morning I called a repair shop. They said they could take a look at it tomorrow. Hopefully, it turns out to be something minor. Your ears may already be recognizing phrases before you consciously think about them. That is the direction we want. Now, let's do another short comprehension exercise. I'll give you a sentence. Try to understand the situation immediately. I'm tied up until around 3, but I can call you after that. The speaker is busy until around 3 and will be available later. I was supposed to meet her, but she backed out at the last minute. Back out means withdraw from a plan or agreement after previously agreeing. She backed out of the trip. He said he'd help, but he backed out. Now, another. I'm gonna hold off on buying it for now. Hold off on means delay or wait before doing something. I'm gonna hold off for a few days. Let's hold off on making a decision. We decided to hold off until next month. Another. I'm trying to stay on top of my email. Stay on top of something means keep something under control by dealing with it regularly. I'm trying to stay on top of my work. It's hard to stay on top of everything. She's really good at staying on top of deadlines. Another. I'm a little behind on laundry. Be behind on means have work or tasks that should already have been completed. I'm behind on emails. I'm behind on my reading. I'm a week behind on that project. The opposite is caught up. I finally got caught up on my email. I'm all caught up now. I need the weekend to catch up on sleep. Here, catch up on sleep means get additional sleep because you have not been sleeping enough. Listen, I'm behind on everything. I need a day to catch up. Very natural. Now, imagine a Monday morning conversation. How was your weekend? Pretty good, but it went by way too fast. I know the feeling. I barely got anything done. Same. I spent most of Sunday trying to catch up on stuff around the house. Did you at least get some rest? A little. not nearly enough. I know the feeling means I have experienced that too and understand. The weekend went by too fast. I know the feeling. I've been overwhelmed with work. I know the feeling. This is another empathetic response. Now, listen to the conversation naturally. How was your weekend? Pretty good, but it went by way too fast. I know the feeling. I barely got anything done. Same. I spent most of Sunday trying to catch up on stuff around the house. Did you at least get some rest? A little. Not nearly enough. Again, short reactions make the conversation feel real. Now, let's hear a few advanced but common phrases through context. I'm on the fence about it. If you are on the fence, you have not decided between two choices. I'm on the fence about buying a new car. Are you gonna go? I'm still on the fence. I'm leaning toward staying home. Lean toward means prefer one option slightly more. I'm leaning toward the cheaper one. I'm leaning toward saying yes. I haven't decided, but I'm leaning toward moving. Now combine them. I'm still on the fence, but I'm leaning toward going. The speaker is uncertain but slightly favors going. Another phrase, it's up in the air. This means something has not been decided or finalized. Our plans are still up in the air. The date is up in the air. Everything's kind of up in the air right now. Imagine someone asks, are you traveling next month? You say, maybe. It's still up in the air. Another expression, play it by ear. This means decide what to do later based on the situation, instead of making a fixed plan now. What time should we leave? Let's play it by ear. Are we going out after dinner? We'll see how we feel and play it by ear. These phrases are common when plans are uncertain. Listen to this conversation. What are you doing Saturday? I'm not totally sure yet. My plans are kind of up in the air. Weren't you gonna go out of town? Maybe. I'm still on the fence. What's stopping you? The weather. Mostly. I think I'm just gonna play it by ear. What does the forecast say? Rain? But who knows? Who knows means the speaker is uncertain and acknowledges that the answer is difficult to predict. Will he come? Who knows? Maybe the traffic won't be bad. Who knows? Another expression is, you never know. Maybe they'll have a cancellation. You never know. I might get lucky. You never know. Both expressions accept uncertainty. Now, let's practice a full natural speed comprehension exercise with several expressions you have already heard. I was supposed to meet a friend for coffee this morning, but she texted me at the last minute and said something had come up. At first, I was a little annoyed because I'd already driven halfway across town, but honestly, it ended up working out pretty well. I stopped by a bookstore I'd been meaning to check out, picked up a couple of things I needed, and then grabbed lunch on the way home. We're gonna try to get together again next week, but we haven't picked a day yet, so it's still kind of up in the air. Now, follow only the main meaning. The coffee plan was canceled. The speaker was initially annoyed, but used the time productively. They will try to meet again next week, but the exact day is undecided. Now, notice. Was supposed to, at the last minute, something had come up, halfway across town, ended up working out, stopped by, been meaning to, check out, picked up, grabbed lunch, get together, up in the air. Work out in this sentence means develop successfully. It all worked out. I hope everything works out. Things didn't work out the way we planned. This is different from workout, meaning exercise. I work out 3 times a week. Same words, completely different context. Now, listen. It ended up working out pretty well, meaning the situation produced a good result. Even though the original plan failed, this is a very natural advanced listening skill, allowing context to choose between multiple meanings of the same phrase. Now, I want you to hear some phrases without any explanation first. Just use the context. I'm running a little behind, but I'll be there soon. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm trying to stay on top of everything. I think I'm gonna hold off for now. We haven't decided. It's still up in the air. I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning toward yes. Let's just play it by ear. I thought it'd be a problem, but it all worked out. You'll get the hang of it. I'm finally getting used to the new schedule. Now, hear them again as connected chunks. Running a little behind. Haven't gotten around to it. Stay on top of everything. Hold off for now. Still up in the air. On the fence. Leaning toward yes. Play it by ear. Worked out. Get the hang of it. Getting used to it. The more often you hear phrases as chunks, the faster your comprehension becomes. Now, imagine an advanced listener hears, I haven't gotten around to it yet. They do not mentally separate gotten, around, to, and it. They hear the entire expression and immediately understand, I haven't found the time to do it yet. That automatic recognition is what you are building right now. You do not have to force it. You build it by hearing common language again and again in real situations. Let's end this stretch with one more story. This one is slightly faster and includes many casual phrases. Stay relaxed and follow the message. I had one of those mornings where nothing really went according to plan. I slept through my alarm, so I was already running behind when I got out of bed. Then I realized I was almost out of coffee, which, honestly, felt like the worst possible timing. I figured I'd just pick some up on the way to work. But when I got to my car, I noticed one of the tires looked low. At that point, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I stopped at a gas station, put some air in the tire, grabbed a coffee, and finally got back on the road. I thought for sure I was going to be late, but traffic was surprisingly light, so I ended up making it with about 5 minutes to spare. It wasn't exactly the calm start to the day I'd hoped for, but everything worked out. The main meaning is easy to follow if you stay with the sequence. The speaker overslept, had little coffee, found a low tire, stopped at a gas station, expected to be late, but arrived on time. Notice the phrase, one of those mornings. This means a morning where several annoying or difficult things happen. It's been one of those days, one of those weeks. Native speakers often use this without explaining every detail, because the phrase itself suggests frustration. Nothing went according to plan means events did not happen as expected. The trip didn't go according to plan. Nothing today has gone according to plan. Almost out of coffee means very little coffee is left. We're almost out of milk. I'm almost out of gas. We're running out of time. Run out of something means use almost all or all of it. We ran out of coffee. I'm running out of patience. We're running out of time. Notice the difference. Almost out of coffee and running out of coffee both indicate the supply is getting low. Then the speaker says, at that point, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I was like, is extremely common in casual storytelling. It can introduce what the person said, thought, or felt. He was like, where are you going? I was like, I have no idea. She looked at me like I was crazy. In informal speech, I was like, often introduces a reaction rather than an exact quote. Again, you may hear it frequently, but you do not have to overuse it yourself. Then, I thought for sure I was going to be late. For sure, here means with strong certainty. I thought for sure we'd miss the flight. I thought for sure she knew. I was sure. Finally, I made it with 5 minutes to spare. With time to spare means arriving or finishing before the deadline, with some extra time remaining. We got to the airport with an hour to spare. I finished the test with 10 minutes to spare. We made it just in time. Just in time means exactly before it would have been too late. We got there just in time. The bus was about to leave, but we made it just in time. Compare. With time to spare means extra time remained. Just in time means very little time remained. Now, listen to the story one more time and let it flow. I had one of those mornings where nothing really went according to plan. I slept through my alarm, so I was already running behind when I got out of bed. Then I realized I was almost out of coffee, which, honestly, felt like the worst possible timing. I figured I'd just pick some up on the way to work, but when I got to my car, I noticed one of the tires looked low. At that point, I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." I stopped at a gas station, put some air in the tire, grabbed a coffee, and finally got back on the road. I thought for sure I was going to be late, but traffic was surprisingly light, so I ended up making it with about 5 minutes to spare. It wasn't exactly the calm start to the day I'd hoped for, but everything worked out. If you understood the story more easily the second time, that is not because the English became easier. Your brain already had a map of the situation. The second time, you could use that map to recognize phrases more quickly. This is why repeated listening is so powerful. The first listen gives you the general story. The second gives you language details. A third listen may reveal pronunciation you missed before. Each repetition has a different purpose, even when the words stay exactly the same. Keep this principle in mind when you practice English outside this lesson. You do not always need new material. Sometimes, hearing the same useful English again is more valuable than constantly searching for something new. If you understand a conversation at around 60 or 70% the first time, that can be excellent practice material. Listen again. The missing pieces often begin to appear naturally. With enough repetition, your brain learns the sound patterns and starts predicting them before the speaker finishes. That prediction is a major part of fluent listening. If someone says, "I'm running a little," your brain may already expect late or behind. If someone says, "Something came," you may expect up. If someone says, "Let me," you may expect no, check, see, or think, depending on the context. You are not guessing randomly. You are using familiar language patterns. And that is exactly how fast speech slowly stops feeling fast. The words do not need to slow down when your recognition speeds up. Now, let's continue by moving into a more advanced kind of listening, where the vocabulary is still useful for daily life, but the speaker's meaning depends more on tone, implication, timing, and context. This is the stage where you stop asking only, "What words did I hear?" and start asking, "What does this person really mean?" Imagine a friend asks you, "How's everything going?" You could answer, "Good, but perhaps your week has been complicated." You say, "It's been a lot." This short sentence is very common. "It's been a lot" means you have been dealing with many things emotionally, mentally, or practically. It's been a lot lately. This week has been a lot. Today was a lot. The exact meaning depends on the situation, but it usually suggests that something has been overwhelming or demanding. Your friend says, "You want to talk about it?" Again, the full question could be, "Do you want to talk about it?" But casual speech often drops the beginning. You reply, "Maybe later, I'm still trying to process everything." To process something can literally mean handle information, but in everyday conversation, it often means mentally or emotionally understand an experience. "I'm still processing what happened. Give me a minute to process that." That's a lot to process. If someone receives surprising news, they may say, "I need some time to process this." It means they need time to think and understand how they feel. Your friend responds, "Yeah, take your time. I'm here if you need me." "I'm here if you need me" is a supportive expression. It means the person is available to listen or help. Listen to the whole exchange naturally. "How's everything going?" "Honestly, it's been a lot. You want to talk about it?" "Maybe later. I'm still trying to process everything." "Yeah, take your time. I'm here if you need me." Notice that there are no difficult words, but the emotional meaning is important. Advanced listening includes understanding whether a person wants advice, support, space, agreement, or simply someone to listen. Now, imagine the friend asks, "Do you want my opinion?" You pause and say, "Sure, but go easy on me." Go easy on me means do not be too harsh, critical, or demanding. "I haven't practiced much, so go easy on me." "This is my first time cooking this, so go easy on me." "I know I made a mistake. Just go easy on me." It can be serious or playful depending on tone. Your friend says, "I just think you're being too hard on yourself." Be hard on yourself means judge yourself too critically. You're being way too hard on yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. I tend to be hard on myself when I make mistakes. Notice tend to. This is useful for describing a common pattern. I tend to wake up early. She tends to worry too much. We tend to eat out on Fridays. It tends to get crowded after 6. Tend to means something usually happens or someone usually behaves in a certain way. Your friend continues, "You're expecting yourself to have everything figured out immediately." Have everything figured out means have all the answers or understand exactly what to do. I don't have everything figured out. Nobody has everything figured out. You don't need to have it all figured out right now. That phrase, "have it all figured out," is common when talking about life decisions, careers, relationships, or plans. You answer, "I know, it's just hard not to compare myself to other people." Your friend says, "Yeah, but you never really know what someone else is dealing with." Deal with means handle or experience something difficult. "She's dealing with a lot right now. I don't know how to deal with this." "We'll deal with it tomorrow." Sometimes deal with simply means take care of a task. "I'll deal with the email later." "Can you deal with that customer?" Context tells you whether it is emotional or practical. Now, your friend says something important. People usually show you the parts of their lives that are going well. You don't always see what's happening behind the scenes. Behind the scenes originally refers to what happens away from the audience in a performance. But in everyday English, it means the hidden work. Problems, or reality that people do not publicly see. A lot was happening behind the scenes. The event looked simple, but there was a lot of work behind the scenes. Things were more complicated behind the scenes. This phrase is common in professional and personal conversations. You say, "That's true. I hadn't thought about it that way." "I hadn't thought about it that way" means someone has given you a new perspective. You can also say, "I never thought of it like that." That's a good way to look at it. I see what you mean. Listen to those natural reactions. "I hadn't thought about it that way." "I never thought of it like that." That's a good way to look at it. I see what you mean. These are excellent phrases for thoughtful conversations because they show that someone else's point has changed or expanded your thinking. Now, listen to the full exchange. "I just think you're being too hard on yourself." Maybe you're expecting yourself to have everything figured out right away. "I know. It's hard not to compare myself to other people." Sure, but you never really know what someone else is dealing with. You only see part of the picture. That's true. I hadn't thought about it that way. Here is another useful expression from that idea, part of the picture. If you say, "That's only part of the picture," you mean there is more information that should be considered. You're only seeing part of the picture. Cost is important, but it's only part of the picture. To understand what happened, you need the whole picture. The whole picture means the complete situation. Now, let's move into a workplace conversation where the English becomes slightly more indirect. Imagine your manager asks, "Do you have a second?" You say, "Sure." They say, "I wanted to touch base about the project." Touch base means briefly communicate or check in about something. I wanted to touch base about tomorrow. Let's touch base next week. I'll touch base with you later. This phrase is common in American workplace English. Your manager continues, "How are things coming along?" How are things coming along means how is the progress? You might answer, "Pretty well. I'm almost done with the first draft." Come along can describe progress. The project is coming along nicely. How's the report coming along? It's coming along, the manager says. Great. Do you think you'll have something ready by tomorrow afternoon? You answer, I should. I'm just waiting on a couple of numbers from accounting. Wait on, in this context, means wait for something before you can continue. I'm waiting on an email. We're waiting on approval. I'm still waiting on those documents. In some contexts, wait on can also mean serve someone, especially in a restaurant, but here it clearly means wait for. The manager says, "Okay, if you don't hear back by noon, let me know and I'll follow up." Follow up means contact someone again or take additional action after an earlier communication. I'll follow up tomorrow. Did you follow up with them? Thanks for following up. I'm following up on my email from last week. This expression is extremely common professionally. You say, "Sounds good." Then your manager says, "One other thing. I took a look at the introduction, and I think we may want to tighten it up a little." Tighten something up can mean make it shorter, clearer, more efficient, or better organized. The opening is too long. Let's tighten it up. We need to tighten up the schedule. The presentation could be tightened up. Notice the manager does not say, "The introduction is bad." They soften the criticism with, "I think we may want to." This is common professional language. Compare these two sentences. Rewrite this. I think we may want to tighten this up a little. The second is much less direct. You answer, "Sure. Was there anything specific you wanted me to change?" The manager says, "Nothing major. I just think we can get to the point a little faster." Get to the point means reach the main idea without unnecessary delay. Can you get to the point? Let me get straight to the point. I think the email should get to the point faster. Be careful with tone. Saying get to the point directly to someone can sound impatient, but let me get to the point is often neutral. Your manager says, "Nothing major." This phrase means the problem is not serious or large. Was anything wrong? Nothing major. Did the mechanic find anything? Nothing major. You say, "Okay, I can take another pass at it." Take another pass at something means review or work on it again. I'll take another pass at the report. Can you take one more pass at this? This is common workplace language. Now listen to the conversation naturally. Do you have a second? Sure. I wanted to touch base about the project. How are things coming along? Pretty well. I'm almost done with the first draft. I'm just waiting on a couple numbers from accounting. Okay. If you don't hear back by noon, let me know and I'll follow up. Sounds good. One other thing. I took a look at the introduction, and I think we may want to tighten it up a little. Sure. Anything specific? Nothing major. I just think we can get to the point a little faster. Got it. I'll take another pass at it. If you understand every idea there, you are already processing fairly advanced conversational English. The vocabulary is not academic, but the phrases are highly idiomatic and context-dependent. Now, let's practice a difficult feature of fast speech. words that sound almost identical because of reductions. Listen to, what do you want to do? In very careful speech, every word is clear. In fast speech, you might hear something like, what do you want to do? Now, what did you want to do? That might sound like, what did you want to do? The difference can be small. What do you want to do? Present or future decision. What did you want to do? Past intention. Context often helps more than individual sounds. Imagine you are making plans now. Someone asks, so, what do you want to do? You know it refers to the present because you are currently deciding. Imagine you are talking about yesterday. Someone says, what did you want to do instead? Context tells you it refers to a past plan. Now, listen to, where do you want to go? Where did you want to go? Who do you want to talk to? Who did you want to talk to? Do not worry if they sound similar. This is normal. Native listeners also rely on context, sentence structure, and the conversation around the question. Another example is can and can't. Learners often expect can't to have a very strong final T. But in American English, that final sound can be weak or unreleased. I can do it. I can't do it. Often, the main difference comes from stress and vowel quality, not a clearly heard T. Listen conceptually. I can do it. Positive can may be stressed when contrasting. I can't do it. Can't is usually stressed. But in a normal sentence, I can do it tomorrow, the word can often becomes weak. The safest way to understand is again through context and overall rhythm. Imagine someone says, sorry, I can't make it tonight. You hear sorry, perhaps a stressed negative word, and tonight. The meaning is clear. Now, let's practice polite disagreement, because this is important for understanding real conversations. Imagine someone says, I think working from home is always more productive. You reply, I don't know about that. I don't know about that can mean, I'm not sure I agree. It is softer than, you're wrong. You could also say, I'm not sure I'd agree with that. I see your point, but that depends. I'm not convinced. I see your point means I understand your reasoning, even if I do not fully agree. I see your point, but I think there's another way to look at it. That depends means the answer changes depending on the circumstances. Is driving always faster? That depends on traffic. Is the more expensive one better? That depends. Now imagine the other person says, okay, fair enough. Fair enough means the speaker accepts that your point is reasonable. Even if they do not completely change their opinion, I don't want to go because I have to work early. Fair enough. I'd rather wait until next month. Fair enough. Another response is, I can see where you're coming from. This means I understand the experiences or reasoning behind your opinion. I don't completely agree, but I can see where you're coming from. This is a useful advanced phrase because it recognizes someone's perspective without necessarily agreeing. Listen naturally. I can see where you're coming from. Now, imagine a discussion about living in the city. One person says, I'd never live downtown, it's way too crowded. You respond, I can see where you're coming from, but I actually like being close to everything. The other says, yeah, I guess that's a plus. A plus means an advantage. The location is definitely a plus. One big plus is that it's cheap. The downside is the noise. Downside means disadvantage. The biggest downside is the commute. The apartment is nice, but there are a few downsides. A similar phrase is the trade-off. A trade-off means you gain one advantage but accept a disadvantage. The apartment is smaller, but the rent is cheaper. That's the trade-off. Working from home gives me flexibility, but I miss seeing people. It's a trade-off. This is common in more advanced discussions. Now, listen to this conversation. Would you ever move downtown? Probably not. It's too crowded for me. I get that. But I like being close to everything. Yeah, that's definitely a plus. The downside is the rent. Exactly. I guess that's the trade-off. Here, I get that means I understand your point. Notice the natural sequence: opinion, acknowledgement, advantage, disadvantage, conclusion. Now, let's work on storytelling with subtle time expressions. Imagine someone says, I was about to leave when my phone rang. Be about to do something means be just ready to do it. I'm about to leave. The movie is about to start. I was about to call you. We're about to eat. If someone says, I'm about to head out, they are leaving very soon. Now, compare. I was about to leave when my phone rang. The phone call interrupted the action before the person left. Another expression is, just as. Just as I was leaving, it started raining. Just as we sat down, the phone rang. Just as I was falling asleep, someone knocked on the door. Just as means at the exact moment something else happened. Another one is right when. He called right when I was walking into the meeting. The power went out right when the movie started. These expressions make stories feel natural. Now, imagine this story. I was about to leave for work this morning when I realized I couldn't find my keys. I looked everywhere. I checked the kitchen counter, the couch, my jacket pockets, even the bathroom for some reason. Nothing. At that point, I was starting to panic because I was already running a little late. Then, just as I was about to call someone for a ride, I noticed the keys sitting in the front door. Apparently, I'd left them there the night before. The main meaning is simple. The speaker lost their keys, searched everywhere, became worried, and then found them in the door. Notice the word apparently. This means, according to the evidence, it seems that something happened. Apparently, I left my keys in the door. Apparently, the meeting was canceled. He's apparently moving to Chicago. It can also mean, according to what someone has heard, apparently, that restaurant is really good. Apparently, they're hiring. The speaker is not necessarily saying they personally confirmed the information. Now, another useful word, somehow. I somehow forgot my phone. Somehow, we made it on time. I don't know how, but somehow it worked. Somehow means in a way that is surprising. Unclear or difficult to explain. Imagine, I only went into the store for milk and somehow I spent $50. This is a humorous use. The speaker knows how it happened, but somehow emphasizes the surprising result. Now, listen to this everyday story. I only planned to clean the kitchen, but somehow I ended up reorganizing half the apartment. Again, end up shows an unexpected final result. I only meant to watch one episode, but I ended up watching 4. I went online to check one thing and ended up wasting an hour. I stopped at the store for bread and somehow ended up buying a new coffee maker. These are natural storytelling patterns. Now, let's practice the phrase, meant to. I meant to call you. This means I intended to call you. I meant to ask you something. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. There are 2 important uses. I meant to do it means I intended to do it. I didn't mean to do it means the action was accidental or the result was not intended. Imagine you bump into someone. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You do not even need to finish the sentence because the action is obvious. Imagine you say something that upsets a friend. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Your friend might answer, I know you didn't. Again, the full idea is understood. Now, imagine you forgot to reply to a message. Sorry, I meant to text you back, but it slipped my mind. It slipped my mind means I forgot. I was supposed to call her, but it completely slipped my mind. Sorry, it slipped my mind. I knew I had something to do today, but it slipped my mind. This is a natural way to explain forgetting. Another phrase is lose track of time. I lost track of time. This means you stopped noticing how much time had passed. I was reading and lost track of time. We got talking and completely lost track of time. Sorry I'm late. I lost track of time. Listen to these together. It slipped my mind means I forgot the task. I lost track of time means I did not notice time passing. Now, imagine this conversation. Did you ever call your mom? Oh no, it completely slipped my mind. You said you were going to call her this morning. I know, I got busy and totally forgot. You should probably call her now. Yeah, I will. Very natural. Now, let's move into a common situation where native speakers use indirect answers. Someone asks, "Are you coming to the party Friday?" You answer, "I'll see." "I'll see" does not mean you will visually look at something. It means you have not decided yet. You could also say, "We'll see. Can we go out for dinner tonight?" "We'll see. Do you think you'll buy it?" "We'll see." Depending on tone, "we'll see" can genuinely mean the decision is open, or it can sometimes be a soft way to avoid saying no immediately. Another indirect answer is, "I'll let you know. Are you free tomorrow?" "I'll let you know." This means you need to check or decide first. Another is, "I'll think about it." Again, it may be genuine, but it is not a commitment. If someone says, "You should apply for that job, I'll think about it," do not automatically interpret it as yes. Now, another soft refusal. "I'm not sure I can." "Can you help me Saturday?" "I'm not sure I can. I may have plans." This is softer than saying no. You may also hear, "I wish I could, but," "I wish I could, but I'm working." "I wish I could, but I'm working." This communicates regret while declining. Another very natural phrase is, "I'm afraid I can't." This is more formal or polite. "I'm afraid I can't make it." "I'm afraid we're fully booked." In everyday American conversation, "I wish I could" may sound warmer. Now, listen to a short invitation exchange. "Hey, we're going out Friday. You should come." "I wish I could, but I'm out of town this weekend." "Oh, no worries. Maybe next time." Definitely. Maybe next time is a polite way to leave open another opportunity. Now, let's talk about actually, because this word can completely change the direction of a conversation. Imagine someone says, "I thought you lived in Boston." You respond, "Actually, I moved last year." Here, actually corrects information. Someone asks, "Do you want coffee?" You say, "Actually, I'll have tea." Here, actually signals a change in your decision. Someone says, "That movie was terrible." You say, "Actually, I kind of liked it." Here, it introduces a different opinion. Someone asks, "Are you busy?" You say, "Actually, yeah." "Can I call you later?" The word is useful, but tone matters. Saying, "Actually, you're wrong," can sound confrontational. In a softer sentence, it sounds natural. Now, another word that can change direction. Anyway, you already heard it for changing topics, but it can also mean despite something. It was raining, but we went anyway. I was tired, but I went anyway. I didn't think I'd like it, but I tried it anyway. Here, anyway means the action happened despite the previous problem or reason not to do it. Compare, anyway, what were you saying? Here, it changes topic. I was tired, but I went anyway. Here, it means despite that. Context again. Now, let's practice still. I was tired, but I still went. It was expensive, but I still bought it. He apologized, but I'm still upset. Still can mean continuing over time or despite a contrast. I'm still working. Continuing, I didn't like the weather, but I still had fun. Despite the weather. Now, imagine a friend describing a vacation. The weather wasn't great, but we still had a really good time. You ask, did it rain the whole time? They say, on and off. On and off means sometimes yes. Sometimes no. Repeatedly, it rained on and off all day. I've had a headache on and off for a week. We've been talking on and off for months. The meaning changes slightly with context, but always involves something happening intermittently. Your friend says, it had rained for 20 minutes. Then the sun would come out. Come out can describe the sun becoming visible. The sun finally came out. But it can have many other meanings in other contexts, so again, focus on the situation. You say, at least it wasn't a total washout. A washout can mean an event or period ruined by rain. Though this expression is a little more advanced, your friend says, no, not at all. Honestly, the weather didn't bother us that much. Not at all strongly means no. Did I wake you up? Not at all. Do you mind if I sit here? Not at all. It can also emphasize a negative adjective. It wasn't difficult at all. I'm not tired at all. Now, listen to the travel exchange. How was the trip? Really good. I heard the weather wasn't great. Yeah, it rained on and off, but we still had a good time. Did it rain the whole time? No, not at all. We had a couple sunny days too. Again, the speaker does not need perfect weather to describe the trip positively. Now, let's practice a few advanced everyday expressions where the meaning is not obvious word by word. Come to think of it, this phrase means something has just occurred to you while talking. Come to think of it. I haven't seen him today. Come to think of it. I think I left my wallet at home. Come to think of it. We've never actually talked about that. This phrase often introduces a sudden realization. Another is, now that you mention it. Now that you mention it. I am kind of hungry. That you mention it, she did seem quiet. Now that you mention it, I haven't gotten a reply either. Someone says something that makes you notice or remember something. Another phrase is, that reminds me. That reminds me. I need to call the dentist. That reminds me. Did you ever talk to Mark? That reminds me of something that happened last year. These phrases make conversations flow naturally from one topic to another. Imagine this exchange. Did you ever get your car checked out? Oh, that reminds me. I need to call the mechanic. You still haven't done that? No. I kept putting it off. Your warning light has been on for a week. I know. I'll call today. Please do. Please do can be a short way to strongly encourage someone to follow through. Now, imagine another conversation. I haven't heard from Jason in a while. Now that you mention it, neither have I. Neither have I means the same negative statement is true for you. I haven't eaten yet. Neither have I. I don't really watch TV. Neither do I. I can't go Friday. Neither can I. This structure becomes easier when you hear it repeatedly in natural situations. The positive equivalent can use so. I love that place. So do I. I'm tired. So am I. I've been there before. So have I. But in casual speech, people often simply say, me too, or same. I'm tired. Same. I haven't eaten. Me neither. Me neither is a common informal response to a negative statement. I don't like waking up early. Me neither. I haven't seen that movie. Me neither. These casual responses are easy and natural. Now, Let's move into a more complex daily life story that includes misunderstandings. Listening is not always about understanding perfectly the first time. Sometimes native speakers mishear each other and repair the conversation. Imagine someone says, "Can you grab the charger off the counter?" You hear chapter instead of charger. You say, "The what?" They repeat, "The charger. My phone charger." You say, "Oh, got it." Notice how simple the repair is. You do not need to apologize for not hearing everything. The what? Sorry. The what? Which one? Who? Where? Short clarification questions are normal. Now, imagine someone says, "I'll meet you by the back entrance." You hear, "Main entrance." You ask, "The main entrance?" They say, "No." "The back entrance?" You respond, "Oh, okay." Repeating what you think you heard is an excellent way to clarify. Did you say 15 or 50? 15. Okay, got it. Tuesday or Thursday? Thursday. Sorry, I thought you said Tuesday. No worries. Native conversations include these moments all the time. Mishearing one word does not mean your English is bad. Now, imagine a phone call where the speaker says, "I'll be there around 5:45. If you learned only digital times, this phrase may take a moment. 5:45 means 5:45. Quarter after 6 or 6:15 means 6:15. Though quarter after is common in American English, 6:30 means 6:30. But Americans also commonly just say 6:30. Now, listen to natural scheduling language. I'll be there around 5:45. Let's say 6:30. Can we make it 7? Can we push it to 7:15? Anytime after 5 works for me. I'm free between 2 and 4. Let's shoot for 3. Shoot for 3 means aim for 3 as the planned time. What time should we meet? Let's shoot for 6. It implies a target time, sometimes with slight flexibility. Another phrase is around. Come by around 7. I should be done around 5. It'll take around 20 minutes. Approximate, not exact. Now, imagine you are trying to arrange dinner with 3 friends. One says, "I can't do anything before 6. Another says, "I'm free anytime after 6:30. You say, "Why don't we shoot for 7? "Why don't we" is a common suggestion. Why don't we leave early? Why don't we try somewhere else? Why don't you call them? It does not literally ask for a reason. It usually suggests an action. Someone responds, "7 works for me." Another says, "Same." You say, "Perfect. Let's do 7. Let's do 7 means choose 7 o'clock. You can use do this way for dates and plans. Can you do Thursday? Thursday works. Could we do lunch instead? Let's do Friday. Very common. Now let's practice natural speech around money and shopping. Imagine you see a jacket you like. You look at the price and say, "That's a little more than I want to spend." This is a softer way to say, "It is too expensive. It's a little more than I was hoping to pay. That's out of my budget." Out of my budget means too expensive for what you can afford or want to spend. Someone says, "It's on sale," though on sale means available at a reduced price. You say, "Still, I don't know." Here, still means despite the discount, you are uncertain. Your friend says, "Try it on." Try on means put on clothing to see how it looks or fits. Try it on. Can I try this on? Where are the fitting rooms? You try it on and say, "It fits better than I expected." Your friend says, "It looks good on you." Look good on someone means suit someone visually. That color looks good on you. This jacket looks great on you. You say, "I like it. I just don't know if I'd wear it enough." Your friend says, "Then don't get it." Get it here means buy it. I think I'm gonna get it. Did you get the shoes? No, I changed my mind. The verb get appears again with another everyday meaning. Now, imagine you decide not to buy it. You say, I'll pass. I'll pass means politely decline. Want dessert? I'll pass. Do you want to join us? I think I'll pass tonight. Would you like to sign up? No thanks. I'll pass. Tone matters. It can be casual but polite. Now, listen to the shopping exchange naturally. What do you think of this jacket? I like it. Try it on. It's kinda expensive. It's on sale. Still, it's more than I want to spend. Well, see how it fits. It fits really well. It looks good on you. Yeah, but I don't know if I'd wear it enough. Then don't get it. Yeah, I think I'll pass. No difficult grammar, just natural decision-making. Now, let's practice the phrase, worth. You have heard worth it, but there are other common patterns. It's worth a try. This means trying it is a good idea, even if success is uncertain. Do you think this will work? I don't know, but it's worth a try. It's worth checking. It's worth asking. That place is worth visiting. Another pattern is not worth the trouble. It's only $5 cheaper, so it's not worth the trouble. The line is 2 hours long. It's not worth it. Another is worth your time. This book is definitely worth your time. The meeting wasn't worth my time. These are useful for expressing value beyond money. Now, imagine you are considering driving across town because one store has a small discount. Your friend says, honestly, by the time you pay for gas and spend 40 minutes driving, it's probably not worth it. By the time again helps compare the final result after considering everything. You answer, yeah, good point. Good point means the other person made a convincing observation. Fair point is similar. Now, let's focus on another advanced skill, noticing when speakers soften certainty. Instead of saying, this is true, people often say, I think, I feel like, it seems like, it looks like, as far as I can tell, from what I understand, apparently, probably, I guess. These phrases matter because they show how certain the speaker is. Compare, he's leaving the company. Strong statement. I think he's leaving the company. Less certain. Apparently, he's leaving the company. The speaker heard information from somewhere else. It sounds like he's leaving the company. The available information suggests it. As far as I know, he's leaving the company. This is true based on the speaker's current knowledge. From what I understand, he's leaving the company. Similar, based on what the speaker has learned, advanced listening means noticing these shades of certainty. Imagine someone asks, is the road closed? You say, as far as I know, yeah. That does not mean you personally checked every part of the road. It means your current information says yes. Someone asks, did they cancel the event? You say, apparently. Short answer, it means that is what you have heard. Now, listen to this workplace gossip example. Not because gossip is the goal, but because it demonstrates uncertainty. Did you hear that Mark might be leaving? Really? Who told you? Nobody directly. I just heard he's been interviewing somewhere else. So it's not confirmed? Not as far as I know. Got it. Notice might. I just heard, not confirmed, and as far as I know. All of these show uncertainty. Do not turn uncertain information into certainty when you listen. That distinction matters. Now, let's move to another daily life challenge. Talking to customer service. Imagine you call because an online order has not arrived. You say, hi, I'm calling about an order that was supposed to arrive yesterday. The representative says, sure, I can look into that for you. Look into something means investigate. I'll look into it. We're looking into the issue. Can you look into what happened? This is slightly different from look at. Look at means examine directly. Look into means investigate. The representative asks for your order number, then says, "Okay, it looks like there was a delay at the distribution center." You say, "Do you know when it's supposed to arrive?" They answer, "It's showing an estimated delivery date of tomorrow." Estimated means expected approximately, not guaranteed. You ask, "Is there any chance it could come today?" The representative says, "It's possible, but I can't guarantee it." Guarantee means promise with certainty. I can't guarantee it. We can't guarantee same-day delivery. No guarantees. Again, useful uncertainty language. You say, "Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't lost." Make sure means confirm something is true or correct. I just wanted to make sure you got my message. Make sure the door is locked. I need to make sure I have everything. The representative says, "No, it's still in transit." In transit means currently being transported. You say, "Okay, thanks for checking." They respond, "Of course. Is there anything else I can help you with?" You say, "No, that's all." Again, familiar patterns return. Now, listen to the entire customer service exchange. "Hi, I'm calling about an order that was supposed to arrive yesterday." "Sure. Let me look into that for you." "Thanks." "Okay, it looks like there was a delay at the distribution center. Do you know when it's supposed to arrive?" "It's showing tomorrow as the estimated delivery date." "Any chance it could come today?" "It's possible, but I can't guarantee it." "Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't lost." "No, it's still in transit." "All right. Thanks for checking." This is excellent practical English because customer service conversations often happen quickly and use predictable phrases. When you learn the patterns, your listening becomes much easier. Now, let's practice the phrase supposed to again in several meanings. The package was supposed to arrive yesterday. Expected event that did not happen. I'm supposed to call him later. Planned or required action. You're not supposed to park here. Rule or prohibition. This is supposed to be the best restaurant in town. Reputation or what people say. Wasn't it supposed to rain today? Expected prediction. Notice how one phrase can express expectation, obligation, rules, or reported reputation. Context decides. Now, another useful phrase, turns out. You heard turn out earlier. In casual storytelling, people often begin a new sentence with turns out. I thought the store closed at 9. Turns out, it closes at 8. I thought she was from California. Turns out, she grew up in Texas. We were worried about the car. Turns out, it just needed a new battery. Turns out introduces the surprising or newly discovered truth. Listen naturally. Turns out I had the wrong address. That is a very useful storytelling phrase. Now, imagine this story. I was supposed to meet a friend at a coffee shop yesterday. I got there a few minutes early, ordered a drink, and sat down. 20 minutes went by and she still hadn't shown up. I texted her and asked if everything was okay. She called me immediately and said, "Where are you?" I said, "At the coffee shop." Turns out, there are 2 locations with almost the exact same name, and we were sitting in different places. We both started laughing. Neither of us had thought to confirm the address. The story contains a misunderstanding based on location. Notice, hadn't shown up. Show up means arrive or appear. He never showed up. What time did she show up? I showed up 10 minutes early. Show up can sometimes imply simply attending. A lot of people showed up to the event. Now, thought to do something means remembered or considered doing it. Neither of us thought to confirm the address. I never thought to check. Did you think to bring an umbrella? This is a little advanced but natural. Now, imagine one friend says, "Well, at least we both got coffee." The other says, "True." At least helps find one positive point in an imperfect situation. At least nobody got hurt. At least we tried. At least we know now. At least it stopped raining. Native speakers use this constantly to reframe situations. Now, let's practice several expressions used when something goes wrong. That's frustrating. What a pain. That's annoying. That's a hassle. What a mess. Just my luck. Just my luck is often used sarcastically when something inconvenient happens. My flight got canceled. Just my luck. The one day I forget an umbrella, it rains. Just my luck. A hassle means an inconvenient situation that requires extra effort. Parking downtown is such a hassle. It's not worth the hassle. Changing everything now would be a hassle. A pain can also mean something annoying or difficult. Moving is such a pain. This paperwork is a pain. Be mindful that pain can literally describe physical discomfort too. Context makes the meaning clear. Now, imagine you are moving apartments. Someone asks, "How's the move going?" You say, "It's been a hassle, but we're getting there." We're getting there means progress is happening, even though the task is not complete. How's the project? We're getting there. Are you almost finished? Yeah, we're getting there. Another phrase is little by little, which you already heard. Little by little, we're getting everything packed. Someone says, "Need a hand?" Need a hand means, do you need help? Can you give me a hand? I could use a hand with this. I'll give you a hand. This expression is very common and does not literally mean giving someone your hand. You say, "Actually, yeah. Could you help me move this table?" The person says, "Sure. Where do you want it?" You answer, "For now, just put it against that wall." For now means temporarily until a later decision or change. Leave it there for now. I'm staying here for now. That'll work for now. This is useful when a solution is temporary. Now, they lift the table and say, "This thing weighs a ton." Weighs a ton is an exaggeration meaning extremely heavy. This bag weighs a ton. What did you put in here? It weighs a ton. Again, not literal. You laugh and say, "I know. I should have gotten rid of it before the move." Get rid of something means remove. Throw away, sell, or stop having something. I need to get rid of some old clothes. We got rid of the old couch. How do I get rid of this stain? Different context. Same idea of removing something unwanted. Your friend says, "Too late now." Too late now means the opportunity has passed. You answer, "Yeah, lesson learned." Lesson learned means you learned something from a mistake or difficult experience and will hopefully act differently in the future. I waited until the last minute and missed the deadline. Lesson learned. I didn't bring a jacket and froze all night. Lesson learned. This is often used casually. Now, listen to the moving exchange. How's the move going? It's been a hassle, but we're getting there. Need a hand? Actually, yeah. Can you help me move this table? Sure. Where do you want it? Just put it against that wall for now. Wow. This thing weighs a ton. I know. I should have gotten rid of it before the move. Too late now. Yeah. Lesson learned. Again, these phrases are natural because they are attached to an ordinary situation. Now, let's practice listening to a speaker who talks quickly because they are excited. Imagine your friend calls and says, "You are not going to believe what happened." This phrase signals a surprising story. You're not going to believe this. You'll never guess what happened. Guess what? All of these prepare the listener for news. You say, "What?" Your friend says, "Remember that job I applied for a few weeks ago? The one I thought I had no chance of getting?" You say, "Yeah?" They say, "They called me this morning and offered it to me." You respond, "No way." "Seriously?" "No way" can express surprise. It does not always mean refusal. "I won the tickets." "No way." "I ran into your old teacher." "No way." But no way can also mean absolutely not. "Can I borrow your new car?" "No way." Tone and context. Your friend says, "Seriously, I still can't believe it." You say, "That's amazing. When do you start?" They say, "In 2 weeks." You ask, "Are you going to take it?" Your friend says, "I think so. I need to go over the details tonight, but unless there's something weird in the offer, I'm probably going to say yes." Go over means review carefully. I need to go over the contract. Let's go over the schedule. We went over everything yesterday. Unless means except if a particular condition happens. I'll go unless it rains. I'll call you tomorrow unless something comes up. Unless there's a problem, we're good to go. This is a very useful intermediate to advanced word. You say, "That's huge. Congratulations." Your friend says, "Thanks. I'm excited, but I'm also kind of nervous." You respond, "That makes sense. It's a big change." Your friend says, "Exactly." Here again, two emotions can exist at the same time. Advanced conversations often express mixed feelings. I'm excited, but nervous. I'm happy for her, but I'm gonna miss her. I want to move, but I'm worried about the cost. I'm relieved, but still a little disappointed. Real opinions are often not simple. Now, listen to the full conversation naturally. You're not going to believe what happened. "What? Remember that job I applied for a few weeks ago?" "Yeah? They called me this morning and offered it to me." "No way." "Seriously?" "Seriously, I still can't believe it." "That's amazing. Are you going to take it?" "I think so. I need to go over the details tonight, but unless something looks weird, I'm probably going to say yes." "That's huge. Congratulations." "Thanks. I'm excited, but I'm also kind of nervous." "That makes sense." It's a big change. Notice how reaction words help you follow the emotional structure. "No way" signals surprise. "That's amazing" signals positive reaction. "That makes sense" acknowledges mixed feelings. Now, let's train fast comprehension with a short group of phrases. Hear the meaning immediately. I'll look into it. Investigate it. I'll get back to you. Contact you again later. I'll follow up. Take the next communication step. I'll take care of it. Handle it. I'll go over it. Review it. I'll think it over. Consider it carefully before deciding. This last phrase is useful. Think something over. Let me think it over. I need a day to think it over. Think it over and let me know. Compare. Think about it and think it over. Both mean consider, but think it over often suggests careful consideration before a decision. Now, another group. It slipped my mind. I forgot. I lost track of time. I stopped noticing time passing. I got held up. Something delayed me. I got tied up. I became busy. I got caught up in something. I became deeply involved or delayed because of an activity. Let's look at held up. Sorry I'm late. I got held up at work. Traffic held us up. We got held up at the airport. This means delayed. Be aware that hold up can have other meanings in other contexts, but delay is very common in everyday speech. Now, caught up can be tricky because you already heard get caught up, meaning become current with work. I got caught up on my emails. Here, you finished the work you were behind on. But I got caught up in a conversation means the conversation took your attention and perhaps more time than expected. I got caught up talking to Sarah and forgot what time it was. Context matters. Now, imagine this explanation. Sorry I didn't call sooner. I got caught up with something at work. Then I completely lost track of time. This sounds very natural. You respond, no worries, I figured something came up. You have now heard almost every phrase in that exchange before. Repetition builds speed. Now, let's do an advanced listening passage with natural hesitation and self-correction. Do not analyze the interruptions. Follow the final idea. So I was talking to my boss yesterday about, maybe taking a few days off next month. And at first I thought she was going to say no because we've been really busy lately, but she was actually pretty understanding. She basically said, as long as I get everything wrapped up before I leave and make sure someone can cover anything urgent, it shouldn't be a problem. So, now, I'm thinking I might actually book that trip I've been talking about. I haven't made a final decision yet, but I'm definitely leaning toward it. The speaker wants time off work. The boss seems open to the idea if the speaker prepares properly. The speaker is now more likely to book a trip. Notice basically. This word often introduces a simplified summary. Basically, we have two options. He basically said no. Basically, I just need more time. It means in simple terms, or essentially, now, as long as, introduces a condition. You can borrow my car as long as you bring it back tonight. We can go as long as the weather is okay. As long as you finish your work. That's fine. In the passage, as long as I get everything wrapped up. Wrap something up means finish it. I need to wrap this up. Let's wrap up the meeting. I'm wrapping up a few things before vacation. This is very common. Now, cover, in the passage, means handle someone's responsibilities temporarily. Can you cover for me tomorrow? I need someone to cover my shift. She's covering for James while he's away. At work. This is useful vocabulary. Now listen to the passage again. So I was talking to my boss yesterday about maybe taking a few days off next month. And at first, I thought she was going to say no because we've been really busy lately. But she was actually pretty understanding. She basically said, as long as I get everything wrapped up before I leave and make sure someone can cover anything urgent, it shouldn't be a problem. So, now, I'm thinking I might actually book that trip I've been talking about. I haven't made a final decision yet, but I'm definitely leaning toward it. If that felt natural rather than overwhelming, your listening is adapting to longer sentence chains. Now, let's work on a few conversational phrases that help speakers avoid sounding too absolute, more or less. This means approximately or generally. Is everything finished? More or less. How long was the trip? About 3 hours, more or less. Pretty much. Are you done? Pretty much. So everyone agreed? Pretty much. Kind of. I kind of expected that. Sort of. It was sort of strange. In American speech, kind of is generally more common than sort of, though both are used. These words soften statements. I'm tired is clear. I'm kind of tired is softer. It's expensive is strong. It's kind of expensive is less strong. I disagree is direct. I kind of disagree sounds softer. Now, consider a bit and a little. I'm a little confused. That's a bit expensive. I'm a little worried. These soften negative statements and can make communication more polite. At work, someone might say, I'm a little concerned about the deadline, rather than, the deadline is a disaster. Now, imagine a coworker says, do you think we can finish by Friday? You answer, It might be a little tight. Tight here means difficult because there is not much time available. The schedule is tight. That deadline is pretty tight. We're on a tight timeline. Your coworker asks, do we need more time? You say, maybe. Let me see where we are tomorrow. See where we are means assess the progress or situation later. Let's see where we are at the end of the week. Give it a day and see where things stand. Where things stand means the current situation or progress. I just wanted to see where things stand. Do you know where we stand on the budget? This is useful professional English. Now, listen to this workplace exchange. Think we can finish by Friday? It might be a little tight. Do we need more time? Maybe? Let me see where we are tomorrow. Okay, keep me posted. Will do. Will do means I will do that. Send me the file when you're done. Will do. Let me know what they say. Will do. Very short and natural. Now, imagine a friend asks you for advice. I'm thinking about quitting my job. You say, wow. Have you been thinking about this for a while? They answer, on and off for a few months. You ask, what's making you want to leave? They say, a bunch of things. Mostly I just feel burned out. Burned out means mentally and physically exhausted from prolonged stress or overwork. I've been feeling burned out. She was completely burned out after that project. I need a break before I burn out. This is common modern workplace language. You say, do you have something else lined up? Have something lined up means already have another option arranged, or likely, do you have another job lined up? We have a few interviews lined up. I've got something lined up for next month. Your friend says, not yet. That's the problem. You reply, then maybe don't rush into anything. Rush into something means make an important decision too quickly. Don't rush into buying a house. I don't want to rush into anything. She rushed into the decision. The friend says, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You say, maybe start looking around and see what's out there. That familiar phrase appears again. Then you add, you don't have to decide everything today. Your friend says, true. I think I just needed someone to say that. Now, notice the social meaning. A friend may not have needed detailed advice. They may have needed reassurance and a calmer perspective. This is part of advanced comprehension, understanding what kind of response the other person is looking for. Now, let's practice line up in different contexts. I have 3 meetings lined up tomorrow. I've got an interview lined up. We're trying to line up a few people for the project. Line up means arrange or organize something in advance. Now, listen to the career conversation naturally. I'm thinking about quitting my job. Wow. Have you been thinking about it for a while? On and off for a few months. I'm just really burned out. Do you have something else lined up? Not yet. Then maybe don't rush into anything. Start looking around and see what's out there. Yeah, that's probably the smart thing to do. You don't have to figure everything out today. True. Again, natural conversation uses familiar phrases rather than overly formal vocabulary. Now, let's practice another set of connected speech sentences. Listen to the clear form first. Could you send it to me? Natural. Could you send it to me? Clear. Did you talk to him? Natural. Did you talk to him? Clear. What are you doing? Natural. What are you doing? Clear. What did you say? Natural. What did you say? Clear. Would you mind waiting? Natural. Would you mind waiting? You do not need to imitate the most reduced version. Your goal is to recognize it. Now, listen in full sentences. Could you send it to me when you get a chance? Did you talk to him about what happened? What are you doing after work? What did you say his name was? Would you mind giving me a hand with this? If you hear these in a movie or real conversation, they may now feel less mysterious. Now, let's move into another practical situation, visiting someone's home. You arrive and your friend says, "Come on in." Come on in means enter. Come in is also correct, but come on in often sounds warm and welcoming. Your friend says, "Make yourself at home." This means relax and behave comfortably as a guest. Make yourself at home. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. Help yourself means take something without waiting for the host to serve it. Help yourself to some coffee. There's food on the table. Help yourself. Your friend asks, "Can I get you anything?" You say, "I'm good for now, thanks." Again, familiar phrase. Your friend says, "I'm just gonna finish something real quick." Real quick is a common informal American way to mean very quickly. Can I ask you something real quick? I'm gonna run to the store real quick. Let me check something real quick. In more formal English, you might say really quickly, but real quick is common in conversation. You reply, "No rush." They say, "Make yourself comfortable." A few minutes later, they return and say, "Sorry about that." You answer, "You're fine." This exchange contains many phrases you now recognize instantly. Now, imagine the friend offers food. "I made way too much. Please take some home with you." Way too much means much more than necessary. "I bought way too much food. That's way too expensive." "I stayed up way too late." The word way intensifies too. You say, "Are you sure?" They answer, "Please. Otherwise, I'm going to be eating this all week." Otherwise means if not. Bring an umbrella. Otherwise, you might get wet. We need to leave now. Otherwise, we'll be late. Here. If you do not take the food, your friend will have too much to eat alone. You say, "Okay, you talked me into it." Talk someone into something means persuade them to do something. She talked me into going. My friend talked me into buying it. Don't let him talk you into anything. The opposite is talk someone out of something. I was gonna buy it, but she talked me out of it. Can you talk him out of quitting? This means persuade someone not to do something. Listen to the contrast. She talked me into going. She persuaded me to go. She talked me out of going. She persuaded me not to go. Very useful. Now, imagine your friend says, "You won't regret it." Regret means feel sorry about a decision later. You won't regret it. I regret not going. I don't regret my decision. You answer, "We'll see." Again, playful uncertainty. Now, let's listen to a final longer story for this stretch. Try to understand the entire message without stopping at unfamiliar expressions. A friend of mine invited me to a small get-together last weekend. At first, I wasn't really feeling it because I'd had a long week and honestly just wanted to stay home. I almost backed out, but she talked me into coming for an hour. I figured I could always leave early if I was tired. Well, I ended up having a great time. A couple of people there were old friends I hadn't seen in years, so we spent most of the evening catching up. Before I knew it, it was almost midnight. I completely lost track of time. So much for staying an hour. I was exhausted the next morning, but honestly, it was worth it. The main story is that the speaker did not want to go, was persuaded to attend, enjoyed the gathering, stayed much longer than planned, and was glad they went. Notice I wasn't really feeling it. This is casual. It means the person was not interested or enthusiastic. Do you want to go out? I'm not really feeling it tonight. It can also refer to something you do not enjoy. I tried the new show, but I'm not really feeling it. Again, casual. Then, back out. You already know this. Cancel or withdraw from a plan. Talked me into coming. Persuaded the speaker. I figured I could always leave early. Here, always does not mean every time. It means that option remained available if needed. You can always call me if you need help. If you don't like it, you can always return it. We can always go tomorrow instead. This means there is another option available. Then, before I knew it, it was almost midnight. Before I knew it means time passed or something happened faster than the speaker realized. I started reading, and before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Before we knew it, summer was over. This is excellent storytelling language. Then, so much for staying an hour. So much for is often used when a plan or expectation clearly did not happen. I was gonna eat healthy today, but then someone brought donuts. So much for that. We planned to leave early. So much for that. So much for a quiet evening. It is often humorous or mildly sarcastic. Now, listen to the story again. A friend of mine invited me to a small get-together last weekend. At first, I wasn't really feeling it because I'd had a long week and honestly just wanted to stay home. I almost backed out, but she talked me into coming for an hour. I figured I could always leave early if I was tired. Well, I ended up having a great time. A couple of people there were old friends I hadn't seen in years, so we spent most of the evening catching up. Before I knew it was almost midnight. I completely lost track of time. So much for staying an hour. I was exhausted the next morning. But honestly, it was worth it. Now, I want you to listen to several expressions from the story one after another. Not really feeling it. Back out. Talk someone into it. You can always leave early. Ended up having a great time. Catch up. Before I knew it, lost track of time. So much for that. It was worth it. When you hear these phrases inside new conversations later, your brain will already have a familiar pathway to their meaning. Now, let's finish with a more demanding comprehension practice. I'm going to speak through several connected ideas without explaining each one immediately. Just follow. I've been meaning to clean out my garage for months, but I kept putting it off because I knew it was going to be a huge job. This weekend, I finally decided I might as well get it over with. I started Saturday morning thinking it would take a couple hours. Turns out, I had way more stuff in there than I realized. I spent almost the entire day going through boxes, throwing things away, and trying to figure out what was actually worth keeping. At one point, I found a box I hadn't opened since I moved into the house. It was full of old photos and random things from years ago, so of course I got distracted and spent an hour looking through everything. By the time I finished, it was dark outside. I was completely wiped out. But I have to admit, it felt good to finally get it done. What happened? The speaker had delayed cleaning the garage for months. They finally started, discovered the job was larger than expected, became distracted by old memories, finished late, and felt satisfied. Now, notice one new phrase. Get it over with. This means complete an unpleasant or difficult task so you no longer have to think about it. I don't want to go to the dentist, but I should just get it over with. Let's get this meeting over with. I hate making these calls, so I'm gonna get it over with first thing. It can sound negative because it suggests the speaker does not enjoy the task. Another phrase is clean out. Clean out the garage means remove unnecessary things and organize the space. I need to clean out my closet. We cleaned out the storage room. Another phrase is worth keeping. Is this worth keeping? This old computer isn't worth keeping. Again, worth expresses value. Now, I have to admit, introduces something the speaker accepts, sometimes reluctantly. I have to admit, you were right. I have to admit, this is better than I expected. I have to admit, I had fun. A similar phrase is, I'll admit. I'll admit, I was wrong. This can make an opinion sound thoughtful and honest. Now, listen to the story once more and pay attention to the rhythm rather than individual words. I've been meaning to clean out my garage for months, but I kept putting it off because I knew it was going to be a huge job. This weekend, I finally decided I might as well get it over with. I started Saturday morning thinking it would take a couple hours. Turns out, I had way more stuff in there than I realized. I spent almost the entire day going through boxes, throwing things away, and trying to figure out what was actually worth keeping. At one point, I found a box I hadn't opened since I moved into the house. It was full of old photos and random things from years ago, so of course I got distracted and spent an hour looking through everything. By the time I finished, it was dark outside. I was completely wiped out, but I have to admit, it felt good to finally get it done. Now, you are hearing longer ideas, reductions, idioms, phrasal verbs, indirect meaning, and conversational rhythm together. This is where listening starts to feel much closer to real American English. When you hear, "I've been meaning to," your brain can recognize intention. When you hear "kept putting it off," you recognize repeated delay. "Might as well" tells you the speaker decided there was no good reason to wait. "Turns out" introduces a discovery. "By the time" prepares you for a later result. "I have to admit" prepares you for an honest conclusion. These expressions are not separate vocabulary items anymore. They are signals that help you predict the shape of the conversation. That predictive ability is powerful. When you hear the beginning of a familiar phrase, your brain begins narrowing down what may come next. If someone says, "as far as," you may expect, "I know." If they say, "I haven't gotten around," you may expect, "to it." If they say, "something came," you expect, "up." If they say, "I'm leaning," you expect, "toward." If they say, "let's play it," you expect, "by ear." This is not memorizing a list. It is building familiarity through meaningful repetition. Now, try a final set of sentences at a smooth, natural pace. Do not translate. Let the meaning appear. "I was about to call you." "I've been meaning to ask you something." "It completely slipped my mind." "I got held up at work." "I'll look into it and get back to you." "Let me think it over." "I'm still on the fence." "I'm leaning toward going." "Let's play it by ear." "I can see where you're coming from." "I don't know about that." "Fair enough. I'll take another pass at it." "We're still waiting on approval." "I'll follow up tomorrow." "Turns out, I had the wrong address." "I almost backed out. She talked me into it." Before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. I completely lost track of time. I might as well get it over with. I have to admit, it was worth it. Now, listen once more, slightly faster. "I was about to call you." "I've been meaning to ask you something." "It completely slipped my mind." "I got held up at work." "I'll look into it and get back to you." "Let me think it over." "I'm still on the fence." "I'm leaning toward going." "Let's play it by ear." "I can see where you're coming from." "I don't know about that." "Fair enough. I'll take another pass at it." "We're still waiting on approval." "I'll follow up tomorrow." "Turns out, I had the wrong address." "I almost backed out." "She talked me into it." Before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. I completely lost track of time. I might as well get it over with. I have to admit, it was worth it. At this point, your goal should not be to remember every expression consciously. Your goal is to make them sound normal. English becomes easier to understand when common language stops surprising you. The first time you hear a phrase like, "I haven't gotten around to it," it may sound long and strange. After hearing it several times, it becomes one familiar unit. The first time you hear, "I can see where you're coming from," You may try to understand where literally. After enough exposure, you recognize it immediately as a way to acknowledge someone's perspective. That transition from analysis to recognition is one of the biggest changes that happens as your listening improves. So continue allowing the language to flow. Do not demand perfect understanding from yourself. Listen for the key message. Notice the familiar chunks. Use tone. Use the situation. Predict what makes sense. If one word disappears, stay with the speaker. If a phrase sounds strange, give the context a chance to explain it. Fast English becomes understandable when your brain stops trying to hold every individual word and starts recognizing complete patterns of meaning. And with every natural conversation, every repeated phrase, and every ordinary story you hear, that recognition becomes faster and more automatic. Thank you so much for staying with me all the way to the end of today's lesson. I hope this listening practice helped natural American English feel a little clearer, easier, and more familiar to your ears. Remember, you do not need to understand every single word. The first time you hear it, keep listening. Stay focused on the meaning. Notice the expressions that repeat, and allow your brain to become familiar with the rhythm and flow of real American English. With regular listening practice, phrases that once sounded too fast will gradually become easier to recognize and understand automatically. If you found this lesson helpful, make sure to subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon so you don't miss our upcoming English learning videos. And if you want even more practice, come back to this lesson and listen to it again, the second or third time. You may notice words, reductions, expressions, and connected sounds that you missed the first time. Also, let me know in the comments how much of today's natural American English could you understand without translating. Was it easy, challenging, or somewhere in between? I'd love to know how your listening is improving. Keep listening, keep practicing, and most importantly, keep giving yourself regular exposure to real English. Little by little, your ears will become faster, your understanding will become stronger, and natural conversations will start to feel much more comfortable. I'm Emma, and it was wonderful practicing English with you today. Thank you again for listening. Take care of yourself. Keep learning, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Goodbye.